from the time I prepared what I was going to say 2 days ago. But be that as it may, you'll excuse me if I don't do that. But let me say that we are really happy to have you in Rwanda. And for you who want to consider Rwanda as your second home, please do that, and we will be very happy to have you around. The other thing that I want to talk about is that in Rwanda over the years, the government of Rwanda has discovered the importance of supporting startups in whatever form. And those startups, those which have become successful, have ended up being great and taken elsewhere, but also continue to serve here in Rwanda. But they've been broadened because they've started in Rwanda and they've succeeded at the starting point. But that was not enough in putting it in action only. In 2023, Rwanda decided to come up with a law that supports startups that emanated from, of course, a policy on startups. And I would say that this particular act is extremely important in the sense that it incentivizes startups that are based here in Rwanda, that come to start in Rwanda. And some of the most important aspects of this act are that there will be a zero-rated payee that has been increased up to Rwandan francs 1 million. So that's quite important. And then there's, I don't have enough time to go into details of this startup law, but you can, I'm just going to highlight some of the most important parts of it. Then there's the accelerated depreciation, which is 100% per year. You'll find it in this act, where using this accelerated depreciation allows startups to fully account for expenditure on research and development, as well as asset acquisition. So this is another incentive in the law. Then the VAT and corporate income taxes are also exempted for startups. There's the credit guarantee scheme that provides more access to credit and attracts investment. You can read this, it's quite important. Then there's the intellectual property support. This act provides technical support to acquire trademarks and patents as a support to startups. So you can go into details of that. Then there's the Seed Innovation Fund in this particular act. There's the immigration incentives to attract talent and promote growth. And I think you can testify to that because you've used this particular part in order to attract very good talent that, then there's, of course, exemption of the payment of tax on shares. Because the ground is fertile for you to test your concept. So we are happy that you can come and we'll do the support, given that now it's in the law. Then let's go to law and innovation, a very important subject for us in Rwanda. But let me start from the point that as lawyers in this room, the president of the Bar Association is here. We'll tell you that when we sit discussing on innovation, technology, and law, we've always asked the wrong questions. I discovered it last week. And the question that we've always asked ourselves is, how will lawyers be relevant in this era of the fourth revolution, AI and Internet of Things and all these things that have led us to this fourth revolution? But I think we've been asking a wrong question of how we are going to be relevant as lawyers. I think the question that we should ask, and the president of the bar will agree with me, is how will technology and innovations help us or to have more access to justice? How can technology help us in terms of access to justice? Let's take away lawyers from this whole question of the role of lawyers in the fourth revolution, but look at the role of innovation and technology in helping the citizenry achieve more access. The numbers here are quite scary because the only people who can access courts, and this is worldwide, in order to resolve their disputes, the percentage is 10% of the people who have disputes to resolve. Another 35% have other means of resolving disputes, such as communal resolution of disputes. For us, we have Abunzi and other local setups, the religious setups. So all that accounts for 45%. So the other 55% of the people don't have any means of resolving disputes. So the question that we should ask is, can technology and innovation help us to have people have broad access to justice? And I do believe the answer is yes, because there are certain things that Rwanda has done in terms of the use of the current technology, the most recent technology, in order to allow for further access to justice. One example is which actually won accolades in the just concluded law ministers meeting in Commonwealth law ministers meeting in Zanzibar, was the integrated electronic case management system, which has been in place for 2016. It's now undergoing an upgrade because, as I earlier pointed out, technology moves very fast. So the integrated electronic case management system is a system that has been applied in the whole chain of the justice sector, right from the time when a case is being investigated at the Rwanda Investigation Bureau, all the way to the time when a case is concluded and execution is required, either if it's a criminal case, if someone has been convicted, the Rwanda Correctional Service can be part and parcel of this. They are part of this electronic case management system in order for them to be able to execute the judgments, as well as in the civil cases, in case there's a requirement of execution of judgments. Then in case there's a requirement that a further execution which involves auction of property or any assets, then it's still done in this integrated electronic case management system. So that's another innovation which we believe has helped a lot in access to justice, and it ensures that there's a lot of transparency when it comes to delivery of justice. The second innovation that has been extremely helpful is what is called the Abunzi Management Information System. Abunzi, for those of you who are new to Rwanda, are mediators, local mediators. Initially, they would mediate a lot of cases, but it was extremely difficult. Together all the Abunzi, and whatever decisions that they make are uploaded in the system, and all of us could view them from different parts of the country. So this would help in certainty of the law, knowing what other Abunzi have decided elsewhere, as well as help in execution when it's required. So these are some of the systems that we believe that technology has been extremely useful in delivery of justice. Do we believe that technology can play an even deeper role? Yes, I do believe that technology can play a deeper role in access to justice. There is a lot that can be done, and I've seen quite a number of other innovations that are being that began as startups and are being applied in different parts of Africa. Surprising enough, a lot of startups in the justice sector, most of them are in this continent. There's one that we were introduced to, which was quite amazing, from Uganda, where there's a robot which can answer quite a number of legal issues, resolve quite a number of legal issues in a very much more easier form of language that anyone can understand. Not only lawyers, it's devoid of the Latin terms that we like using, but it's quite helpful, because access to justice should also mean that people should have easy accessibility to law, and in a manner that they understand the law, rather than in a complicated way that only lawyers can understand these forms of justice resolution. Having said that, because I am sure that I don't have a lot of minutes, I think I was given only 10 minutes. The fourth revolution is with us. It's a bit scary when you think about it. As a lawyer, you feel that probably part of what you do, you'll be redundant in God knows what time, because as I said, you never know, in the next 1 week things will have changed, and some of us will have lost our jobs. But it is for the good of the society, because if what I do is to be part of helping the society to have access to justice, then if it can be done in a more efficient manner, then let's take that more efficient manner. Let's take ourselves out of this picture, because the ultimate goal is access to justice. I think in our area as lawyers, we like being a bit conservative compared to other areas. In the medical field, when a certain innovation comes into place, they don't ask whether it's going to make doctors redundant. They just ask whether it's going to help access to health in a much better way. But of course, even doctors, when they talk about AI, they start wondering how will doctors use AI. But the question is, will we even reach a level where AI can perform some of this, help us in access to health without the intervention of a human being? If it does it much better, then well and good. So, but that doesn't mean that all of us will be redundant. You have to adapt yourself to this change. Accept that what has been invented cannot be uninvented. So we have it here. So if it means that some of us will lose jobs, it's here. So what do we do in order not to? It's already invented. We cannot uninvent it. But let's use it for the greater good of the society in different fields, including access to justice. So what is my advice today? Of course, I think I'm not good at counseling. So I think some of the picture that I've given you is positive in terms of access to justice. A bit grim when you look at it in terms of some of the jobs that we do undertake today. But that is what it is. How can we adapt ourselves and use this technology in order to ensure that there's justice? Our question should always be that: what helps the citizens have greater access to justice? Generation, of course, you are much more younger. But for some of you, it's even difficult to tell what skills that should be taught to people in law schools in order for them to thrive. It was much more easier maybe 20 years ago. You teach someone with the view that the skills will be used in the next 20 years, but with technology and what is happening, things are moving extremely much faster. I can give you an example. I think in 2021, when we were in the law ministers meeting of the Commonwealth, the issue of AI and law was discussed at length. And the issues that were being discussed, the role of AI and how it can help lawyers and judges summarize the cases, we were thinking it will come maybe 3 to 4 years, but I do remember, and it's a date that I'll never forget. It's I think the 23rd of September, no, 23rd of November. That was a few weeks after our meeting. And it was quite amazing that what we were discussing of, which we predicted that will come 5 years later, I think that's when ChatGPT was established, and it was actually, it went beyond what we were discussing. With the ChatGPT 4 now, it's even on another level. I don't know what 6 will bring for us, but as I always say, it's already invented. It's out there. We cannot uninvent it. So what kinds of skills do we need as lawyers, as young people in this room, in order for us to be able to thrive in this at times very unpredictable times in terms of careers? And I think the skills that I'm going to present to you, unfortunately, you'll never be told. It's not part of the law curriculum. So, so the 10 most important skills, which have, of course, I didn't invent them. You find them in different reports, the World Economic Forum report, trying to predict what skills people should have. I think the first one is certainly what you're doing, complex problem solving. So, and I'm glad that I'm talking to people who have anything, who intersect with technology. It is important that whatever challenges that we face, we see them as opportunities, and you can only have that if you have in your mindset a way of always trying to resolve complex problems. And I want to relate it to the justice sector, where we still do require those skills in order to be able to deal with challenges, as we call them as lawyers, but opportunities in other areas. Of course, creativity is quite key in whatever we do nowadays. As lawyers, we were trained in the law school to master all the case laws in order to be able to go and present them before the judge, impress the judge with your knowledge of the law. But I think these are matters which now you can access on the tip of your finger, using different AI tools that we have today. So those are not skills that are required. It's so creative. How do you use this knowledge, which is easily accessible, in order to be able to achieve quite a number of issues that are important in the justice sector? Of course, coordinating with others is extremely important. When we were looking at different systems, you'd find that the inefficiencies that we had when we were still using the manual way of dealing with things in access to justice, we kind of carried them to the systems, and the systems themselves don't talk to each other. They don't even converse with other systems beyond what the courts do. Very recently, I believe Minister Paula knows this, we would do a lot with the integrated electronic case management system, but when it came to, say, the auctioning part of it, there's a certain guarantee that is required. But that had to be done manually because there was no way that the integrated electronic case management system will converse with other systems such as the banking systems. So now part of what is being done in the upgrade, we want to ensure that it can speak to the bank system in order for any amounts that are deposited in the accounts of the ministry as guarantee for during the time of auctioning could automatically be returned to the owners, rather than use the manual system where you have to apply to the ministry and do that. But the only way you can do that is when you ensure that the systems speak to each other, which means coordinating with others. You cannot work in a silo. It doesn't work in the era that we are in. Then there's, of course, emotional intelligence. Let's remember that we should also remember that we are dealing with human beings who have emotions. So it's extremely important as people in this space of tech to always take into consideration the issue of emotions. Emotional intelligence, I believe, is extremely key in this era that we are in. Of course, whatever system that we use should be service-oriented. As I earlier pointed out, when we ask questions about these systems that are available now, which can be invented in the years to come, the questions that we have always asked ourselves is, how am I going to be relevant in terms of the career that I have, rather than how is the system service-oriented? So those are the questions that we should ask ourselves. Negotiations, I won't stress this further because it's extremely important in what we do as lawyers. I think that's pretty much what I wanted us to discuss today in terms of the skills that are required. But only as I go to the conclusion to say that in the quest for achieving access to justice, technology will be extremely key in order for us to be able to resolve the 55% of the cases that God knows how they are resolved. The assumption is that they are resolved in manners that are a bit graphic. We've heard about some of the killings, murders that take place. When you interrogate the reasons behind the murders, you find that there was a dispute which was not resolved. So if technology can help us have a lot of people access justice, then by all means let's adopt technology as a way of resolution of some of the disputes which cannot best be resolved by going to courts. As I earlier pointed out, only less than 10% are disputes which go to courts. The others have means of being resolved. So if technology will play its important role in resolving these issues, then by all means let's do that. Of course, as lawyers, and I'm talking, I know that there are people in tech, but as lawyers, I know that most of the times we always we sleepwalk into these technologies because of our nature. We are a bit conservative in the way we do things, but technology, I do believe, has no room for any complacency. We have to move fast. And I was discussing earlier with Florida. She said that this conference will be taking place once a year. And I asked her, why not twice a year? Because technology moves very fast. So I don't know, maybe it's something that you'll consider, of course, after making these baby steps. So thank you very much. And I avoided going into tech for the reasons that I told you. I don't know whether what I said is relevant from the time that I came from my office to this place, because it moves very fast. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Justice, for setting the tone for this summit today. Indeed, as you said, if technology is enabling efficiency for access to justice, then let's adopt it. So lucky enough, we do have Minister Paula with us. Welcome. So there's a lot of things in the legal sector that have adopted technology, and while the minister is here and he said it's working and it's working well. So let's clap for ourselves. We found our intersection. Well enough, if you stay long for this summit, there is a session where we will talk about legal tech design, how is it promoting efficiency. So a little deep dive on how we found our intersection. Is it working? Is it not working? What are the areas that we can change? Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Isabel Aqua, who is the director of the Center for Law and Innovation at CERTA Foundation, to take this on.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, everyone. I am excited to invite Minister Paula. We'll have a fireside chat, which I hope you enjoy. So, Minister Paula, if you could come here. She's one of my girl crushes in Rwanda. So I'm so excited to be having a discussion with you. Thank you for joining us. So Minister Paula, for those who don't know, is Rwanda's face of technology. And she's had an incredible career. So to start off with, you've done everything in tech. You were at MIT, you then were at RDB, you were the head of the Kigali Innovation City, and now the Minister of ICT. What is your highlight in this incredible career?
Maybe before I talk about my highlight, good morning, everyone. And I know Minister will be leaving shortly. I wanted to say if lawyers sleepwalk in technology, you can imagine what happens to technologists when we need to interface with the legal world where we feel like we're constrained in many ways to innovate even further. So I think to the team behind this conference, you couldn't have chosen a better time. And I do agree with the Minister, we need it more often because these seem like two worlds that are so much apart, yet in many ways need to work very closely together if we're really going to see growth in a different sense. And so I'm an advocate also for twice, if not many more times throughout the month. It doesn't have to be a conference, but at least conversations that allow both worlds, to dialogue and figure out what could be those sticky points that we can work together to resolve as we find more impact and progress in our different sectors. So very quickly,
I just want the team to know this was not my idea. It's from the ministers. Sorry.
Yeah. Back to your question around my career. I think in many ways, I'm proud of many things that Rwanda has really gone through, leave alone just technology. When you look at our journey as a country, and when I walked in, the minister was talking about what the journey of unity and reconciliation has been, the role justice has played in doing that, and the role that technology has really played in enabling access to justice in many ways. And so today we may be talking about law and technology. If we talked about health and technology, we would see similar examples, agriculture and technology. And so there's just so much more that has happened. But what is very interesting is that a lot of those things have only been possible. And when I say a lot of those things, I'm meaning a lot of the application of technology in different sectors has only been possible because in the various sectors, there are certain foundational things that have been in place to enable that. If it hadn't been for the way the justice sector was very well organized to ensure that access to justice is provided in a much faster way, then technology would not have played an efficient role. I always say when technology doesn't already find an organized system, it only creates chaos. And so I think a lot of the successes that we see are thanks to some of the traditional things that different sectors and industries have put in place. When you look at healthcare, the ability to even think about providing healthcare insurance to all citizens made it possible for us to think about how we apply technology to ensure that now that you have healthcare insurance, how do you access healthcare services even much more easily at the tip of your fingers? And so it's been a government-wide effort in coming where we are. But particularly for tech, I think the last 6 years, one thing that we can all agree with, even just seeing Noshken, I've always said when the founders of Noshken came to us and say to us, RDB and Minesti, and said they wanted to build this, it felt like too good to be true. But look at what has happened 3 years down the road. I remember we were looking at the impact of around 1,000 entrepreneurs that were already hosted in such a space. So it only means that when you provide the means, we start to see, the demand sort of surfaces. I'm sure many of the people that were here were trying to do the great things that they were doing in, back at home, in their bedrooms, in someone's office, but then they were given a space where we can then showcase and highlight the different creativity and innovative capabilities that we have as a country. And so for me, one thing I'm very proud of is really the growth of the startup ecosystem that we are seeing, and in many ways it has then forced us to think differently about what kind of support and what kind of role government plays in really supporting and enabling this startup ecosystem. Two things, other things that I think we're very much excited about is really the appetite for technology. And I always say COVID was a perfect silver lining for us because everyone felt like technology was the way they were going to stay afloat. And so we had spent years of trying to advocate. And so right now we're preaching to the converted. And if anything, we have more pressure because people want to see more technological tools and platforms at their disposal. And so really the high appetite for technology adoption is something that really we're very grateful for. And so we have to work with the different partners, the startups, businesses to really ensure that we are meeting the demand where it is today. And finally, I think it's really around everything that we discuss is about the ability to scale infrastructure in a way that it's accessible to many people. And when you look at the numbers of how we've been able to scale infrastructure, there's still a long journey to close the gap, but at least it's a commendable effort that has been achievement that we've seen over the last 6 years.
I like what you said around the systems were already in place, so technology really became an enabler. So technology sort of leads where systems were already in place. The Minister of Justice made very good points around the capacity building and the skills, really focusing on the legal fraternity or the legal sector. One of the things you mentioned something when C4IR was set up. There's a comment you said that the younger generation by that, and how does that play when you look at the development needs, the capacity building that we need on the continent from a tech point of view?
I think in many ways what I meant was there are more opportunities today than there were yesterday. But also as we roll out and massively scale deployment of infrastructure, as we ensure that access is affordable and equitable, it means we're providing access to all these opportunities for the young people. I think the minister was mentioning around, I did make notes on it around the fact that AI is here, for example, so we can't run away from it. Are there jobs that are going to be lost? And I think the key takeaway for us should be we be scared and resist the fact that AI and other emerging technologies are here, or should we figure out how to embrace? And there's something that I've always loved when it comes to AI and job displacement is it about automation or augmentation? And the choice is ours to make. And it's ours to make because it's not a question of just shying away and rejecting it. It's really understanding what jobs have the potential of being displaced. What do we do about it? Do we find out that workforce that is likely to be displaced in the next 5 years and upskill them, reskill them to take on jobs that are most likely going to be augmented by technologies such as AI? But that requires the deliberate effort to be made. I think for some of you, you may have read yesterday there was an announcement of an AI software engineer called Devin. How many of you have heard of Devin? I see a couple of them. So this is really a robot that has been created that has interviewed with leading AI companies and passed interviews, that is doing work on Upwork. So what do? Do we ignore the reality that and we're not an island, that's the reality. So things are happening, and the question is, how are we positioning ourselves? How are we going back and disrupting the education system in such a way that we are skilling people to be fit for jobs of the future? People that are in the workforce today, what are we doing to change them? I see some people that have worked with some time back. I think Sylvie is in the room. When we started Irembo and digitizing services, the resistance was too much because many people felt like they were going to lose jobs because we were digitizing access to services. Did anyone lose a job? I don't think so. What we did was to figure out the people that were providing services in a manual way, training them in such a way that they can also benefit from using Irembo to deliver those services. You still need that human interface when you're delivering services. So I think for us, even as a country like Rwanda, and when I made that statement when we were setting up the Center for AI Policy and Innovation, is really purely from the fact that we shouldn't just resist for the mere fact of resisting because everyone is saying jobs are going to be displaced. We should take stock of what jobs are likely to be displaced and then figure out what do we do to augment certain jobs and then reskill and upskill people in such a way that jobs are don't really necessarily displaced. Otherwise, you resisting something that is anyway going to happen doesn't make the situation any better.
I just want to focus a little bit on the gender. How do we look at this for women, right? When we're looking at women in the tech space, and I see this in law as well. There are women that will not necessarily do some of the maybe tech commercial areas, but in the tech space, we still have a deficit of women who are going into computer science, who are going into engineering? You're an MIT graduate. What do you do to encourage those women so we really don't have this digital divide?
And that's a very good question. Some of the statistics that we see is that globally you have at least 49% of female-founded, businesses. But the reality is that out of that 49%, only 2.5% are solely founded by women. But then now you get into what are the challenges. So it's a male-dominated field, so you still have more male than female that are within the field, which also means that disproportionately, what you see is that there are less women that are founding some of these startups. So there's definitely things around mentorship that has to be done at a very early stage. And I am part of different initiatives, whether it's the Girls in ICT program that really, is looking to target young girls, primary and secondary school, and sort of get them interested into taking STEM. We've done programs like the Rwanda Coding Academy, where what we're looking at is to close the gender gap when it comes to STEM and ICT courses. And so what we do is that every year when we recruit and admit students, we have a 50-50 split, so that at least as they get into university, you still have a good proportion of girls and boys that are accessing such STEM careers. Now, is that enough? I don't think so. There's more that we need to do to see more girls and women that are taking up or making career choices around. What we see is that female-led businesses mostly attract only 2% of venture-backed capital. And there are many challenges that one has to look at. I think one of the statistics we're looking at IFF last year, the International FinTech Forum that KIFC did, was that the fact that many of the venture funds, 90%, have male decision makers. And so there's that unconscious bias and stereotypes that come when it comes to making investment decisions. And I want to quote something that I was reading earlier today. It's a Harvard study that was looking at when these venture capital firms are, interviewing founders who are looking for money. When it comes to male, the kind of questions they ask is what they call promotion-based questions. Yeah. Where do you see the market going? So really, it's not, if you fail, it's not your problem. The market will have failed in general. When it comes to female founders, it's more prevention, focused questions, which is more around when do you think you'll break even? Yeah, and what we see is that those kind of questions, when they're asked, these female-led startups are only able to raise up to $500,000 US of funding, whereas for most of the male, what we're seeing, they're raising to the tune of $7.9 million US. So imagine that kind of disparity when it comes to being able to access capital, but also to being able to expand and scale your business. But I think all is not gloom. I think there are so many things that we need to do, and I'm very excited we're having such a conference. One of the things that we need to also introduce is conscious biased kind of trainings. Like, how do we train these people to be very conscious of the biases that may stem out of some of the investment decisions they make, ensuring that there's diversity in decision making positions, especially when it comes to the panels that are going to be asking questions around financing, mentorship networks, expanding these kind of networks for women, and slowly you transform one village at a time, and before we know it, we'll see more female accessing equal opportunities as male founders.
I was actually listening to a TEDx, and it said, very much to your point around unconscious bias, it said we teach our women to be perfect and we teach our men to be brave. And that unfortunately plays out in all aspects of life, and it's true even in funding, right? But there are also reports now when you have female-led VCs, that unconscious bias goes away, and so we need to have more women also in the position to become VCs. So we talked a little about AI, and obviously there's a big focus for AI in the country. Mark Cuban said companies today are either AI companies or they're just other. Mm-hmm. And I think Minister of Justice was saying a lot around that. What is Rwanda doing to prepare the normal citizen to be AI ready? And if you can speak a little bit about the AI conference, you highlighted that at the World Economic Forum. What's the plan for that, and is there anything that you can share at this stage?
So when you look at our national AI policy, I think you realize one thing, that maybe 60% of what the policy is talking about is AI education and skilling. And that was very deliberate, because we knew very well that if we don't build the critical mass of people that master the technology of AI, but even a population that understands the risks and benefits of using AI, then adoption is going to be a very long process for us to achieve. And so one of the things we've done is also to go back and look at how do we work with the Ministry of Education. I remember when we launched the national AI policy, the first thing the Minister of Education joked is like, I can see you've given me an additional task, because literally it was everything about how do we go back to the education system, how do we change this, how do we improve on math skills, because that's a core skill for AI, and then along the way just make sure that people are AI literate in many ways. And so that is going to be our focus. We already had started a program a couple of years ago around digital ambassadors, and it was basic digital literacy, but we are going to have to include AI literacy programs so that citizens can be more aware of AI. We're not just going to sell the beautiful story, we also tell them what the risks are and what they can do, so that at least, and I love the fact that we're doing this when we already have the data protection and privacy law in place, so that becomes a very good instrument that allows us to sort of even address some of the concerns and risks that come with AI being misused, and what role, at an individual level, a citizen is going to have to play in ensuring that we minimize that as much as possible. Now, and so that's one of the things that we're going to be doing, but it's going to require so many partnerships, because it's not just about training solutions. We're building solutions that are responsible. We're building solutions that are safe. And when we talk about the issue around augmenting or automating tasks, we're also thinking about that, so that there's that being able to contextualize it to our unique context that we have as a country. Back to, we will be hosting in October the very first African, continent AI conference, and that was also something that we felt was very important. When you look at other blocks in the world, they've managed to organize themselves in terms of when it comes to AI legislation, how are they coordinating, how are they thinking about safety together, so that at least for some of their companies that are building these AI innovations, they're also thinking about what scale will look like for them in different other markets. I think it's only in Africa where we haven't had that kind of concerted effort, and so that's why we've been able to partner with the World Economic Forum, and we want to bring, to cause a conversation that then allows us, because no one has put in place regulations around AI, so it's pretty much a good opportunity for us to start to think about doing it together before we try to, retrofit, because some people have built different regulations altogether. I think the other thing is, really, you may have heard of the high-level UN Secretary General's body on AI. What was very interesting when I spoke to them 3 months ago is that some of the studies they're doing is that the Global South is more optimistic about AI than is the Global North. And so I remember joking and saying, but is it because we don't understand the risks, or that we're very optimistic? Is it because we have fundamental challenges where AI can truly play an impactful role in closing the gaps, or is it both? And I think it could be both. But the question then for us is, while we do that, let's be aware of what the risks are, and let's make sure that we are deploying very well. But I want to leave you with this one thing. I think the bigger challenge I see, because when it comes to AI, there's the skilling part, which I think we can easily, solve for very quickly. When you look at our national AI policy, we've already identified different use cases in agriculture, whether it's early warning systems for farmers. We're looking at, public spending, procurement, where we're able to figure out how we use AI models to help government to spend better and achieve value for money. And I think many other countries are doing the same, even in the absence of having a national AI policy or not. The bigger question, which we will need to tackle during that conference, is having compute infrastructure. 10% of countries in the world own 100% of the computing capacity and infrastructure. And clearly, none of the African countries is in those 10%. And so those are the kind of conversations that we want to sort of, rally everyone around, so that once we start to think about the different building blocks on how Africa can also be a leader when it comes to AI, we're collectively putting together our efforts and resources in really unlocking some of those bigger challenges that need to be unlocked before we can adopt AI.
Yeah, very good point, so that we don't remain as consumers of AI only, but actually also produce. We're actually launching our AI, State of AI Governance report tomorrow, so we'll definitely make sure to share your copy. It's very key for our focus this year, as Florida mentioned. Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to seeing what the government does in that area. And like you said, just having the conversation and building some sort of consensus as a block. So I have a final question. Thank you so much. As we do this question that you and Minister of Justice have now multiplied, what do you think should be the rule of law? And we've got our president of the Rwandan Bar Association here, so this goes directly to him. But what is the role that lawyers should play when you look at the mandate you have? What is the role of the legal fraternity to make sure that we can really, and this is for Rwanda as a country, but also, you know, Rwanda is a light now on the continent. So what do other Africans need to do, lawyers, to make sure that we can really leapfrog and take advantage of this emerging technology?
And that's a very good question to end on, because I think in many ways law will make or break anything that we want to do. Now, when it comes particularly to emerging technologies where there's so many concerns around it, that's where legal frameworks play a critical role in sort of addressing or providing ways to mitigate some of those risks that come in place. But I think the reality is also that as a continent, we're always playing catch up. Our policies are always lagging behind. Our legal frameworks are always lagging behind. If they're not lagging behind, we have gaps. But what that means is that for the startup ecosystem and the private sector, we are depriving them of the opportunity to ramp up on the innovations that they're, you know, creating and create more impact. But I think, so you get me clear, the thing is, I'm not advocating for a place where there are no legal frameworks. I think it's really trying to understand how do we ensure that the legal frameworks and the policy frameworks we're creating are at par with the pace at which technology is being adopted and created. And really that was the whole essence of us creating the Center for AI Policy and Innovation. It was actually, it's part of more than 13 centers of the World Economic Forum. And when the World Economic Forum conceived that, their idea was policies and laws are always lagging behind when it comes to technological innovation. The very first center was set up in San Francisco because they wanted people to prepare for that and advise governments even better. So the role of the law is beyond just today. It's also helping us to be prepared for tomorrow. Sort of figuring out, if we had thought about having AI regulations, I mean 5 years ago, maybe we would have been one of the very first countries to do exactly that. But we're in a place where, because we're a proof of concept market, what we do is to ensure that we deploy solutions in a safe manner that allows us to learn from them and build legislation as we go along. But I think what would be very powerful is a time where we can quickly say, anticipate some of these emerging technologies that are to come, and sort of start to design some legal frameworks around that. And the reality is that no law is cast in stone, so things can change. Build something, disrupt it tomorrow. That is what technology is all about. And I think that agility also on the legal side is really needed, so that people don't feel like laws are cast in stone and you can't change them. You could change them even in 6 months. That's the reality, because if that's what the pace of innovation looks like, so we are able to do that. And so I think without that, unfortunately, we will slow down the pace at which we can adopt technology. And I think that's why the interface of law and technology becomes, creates that opportunity for us to leapfrog. And I think that's one of the biggest levers or opportunities for leapfrogging.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure hosting you this morning. And thank you for all the insights and what we can take away. So we'll have a quick picture. If the strategic partners, ALP, will just take a quick picture with Minister outside, and I'll hand back to Renita.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to be moderating this session as the Renita called me. My name is Dushime Chris, coming from Rwanda ICT Chamber, but specifically I'm the managing director of Digital Business Institute, which is a capacity building arm of Rwanda ICT Chamber. So I'm honored to be here, and I would like to call on our panelist for this session, which is about digital trade in the era of African Free Continental Trade Area, unleashing potential and addressing challenges. So I would like to call on Carol Jamie Karema, the Director of ICT in Equity Bank. Welcome. I would like also to call Solabade, the partner, and from LPNG, Nigeria. I think he's still outside taking a picture. Yeah. So nevertheless, I think we can still use this opportunity to talk about the trends and also potential and challenges that African Free Continental Trade Area offers. And I'll start by letting Carol introduce herself and also tell us about your organization, the purpose and the mission of Equity Bank, as we're waiting on Mr. Solabade. Here you are. Welcome, sir.
Okay, good morning. My name is, as you mentioned, Nishime, Carol, and I work for Equity Bank. I'm currently the General Manager in charge of ICT and Business Transformation. So as Equity, what do we do? Equity is a regional bank that has been incorporated in Kenya, and it's currently operating in 6 countries. So Rwanda is one of the 6 countries where Equity operates. The main purpose of the bank is transforming lives and livelihood of people, and to ensure that there's financial inclusion for all the people. So as our group CEO likes to say, is to ensure that all Africans are able to access any financial means so that they can improve their lives on a daily basis. So I think that's all about.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shola Gadeshobeto. I'm a partner at Africa Law Practice. We are a corporate commercial and dispute resolution law firm based in Nigeria, but we have offices in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And we're an AFCFTA focused law firm, so we provide trade advisory services and training as it relates to the AFCFTA agreement. And we typically convene town hall meetings about the AFCFTA, put a community together, and send it to the AFCF Secretariat. Okay. I hope everyone heard me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and it's really quite interesting that we have really such a dynamic panel. This is a question for all of you. The Digital Trade Protocol has been recently approved by the AU, and I'd like to know what are your expectations on how this protocol will shape the future of digital trade across the continent. I'll start with you, Carol.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to give a background on when Equity started the journey with the continental trade. It started in, our group CEO signed an agreement, an MOU, in 2022. And this was just after the COVID, because Africa was one of the countries impacted by COVID. And one of the main reasons you could see is because most of our countries mostly have raw materials, but then we had to depend on the external countries to get processed food, for example. So that challenge, and you could see also around the whole world, we had challenges with logistics. So you could export food, you could export products. Unfortunately, they're not rich because you remember the Canal of Suez, the challenges around the Canal of Suez. And that's let us think and brainstorm and see what could we do. Why should Africa wait? For you have the raw materials, but these raw materials need to go and be transformed elsewhere and come back to now be consumed by the continent. So among the MOU that was signed with the African Continental Trade Agreement was to put in place an African Resilience and Recovery Plan. And that African Recovery and Resilience Plan were focusing on 6 points. The first point was to transform agriculture for the continent. Because if you look at Africa, for all of us, we did geography. You can imagine the number of raw materials we have across the continents. We have oil, we have coffee, we have everything to sustain the continent. So the first purpose was to transform agriculture. Secondly was to transform manufacturing. We have raw materials, what can't we manufacture ourselves so that we can consume this product? And if you look at the population of the continent, we have the biggest today. When you look at all the reports, Africa is the next place to be because of the consumptions, the youth that we have. So there's so much that can be done in Africa. So even ourselves, we can sustain our markets. Number 3 was giving facility to SMEs. Because we do business, all of us, but then there's a challenge of access to finance. I think the minister discussed this. So it was difficult for a lot of startups, for example, MSMEs to get financials means so that they can produce more and even to be able to sustain the markets. So that is number 3. Number 4 was to ensure as well there's also capability to provide loans, because today you can have a great idea, but if you don't have the means to extrapolate it and be able to produce, it won't be possible. So as part of the Africa Resilience and Recovery Plan is to ensure there's at least 65% of the people that are asking for loans, the MSME. So there's a lot of happening there. Now, around also, the last one is innovation and technology. Because yes, you can do business, yes, we can have inter-country trades, but then there's some limitations, and I think we're also going to discuss the challenges. There's a challenges around infrastructure, and when there's a challenge around infrastructure, accessibility is a problem. So when you have a protocol that is improving the digital trade, it's very important, because now you're opening up to the market, to everyone. So you can have traders from Nigeria, for example, having access to the market of Rwanda and vice versa. And that's through technology. So we're discussing AI, for example. So if we have a protocol now, then that's where the legal family comes in, is how do we open up? How do we, think of how we can do inter-country trades and improve and grow Africa to be sustainable and produce for their own people. So this, the digital protocol comes in time, because this is a time when we need to grow. If today, I think we are saying we have almost 55 countries now that have already signed, so there's quite opportunities. But then infrastructure accessibility is still a problem, and technology can remove those barriers. So that's what we can see. And something that Equity is doing is that already with the 6 countries, we're already doing a lot of inter-country transactions. So now that can go further. If we have now different companies, different investors, different startups that can pass those barriers, then the digital trade protocol will really support that's what to be achieved. Thank you.
So I'm just wondering if Carol's in my head, because she's literally said everything I wanted to say. So I might have just she made some very good points. I think Africa is on the verge of something massive when it comes to digital trade. A few countries in Africa do need an industrial revolution, because the manufacturing sectors are not good enough to be able to export. Why are we sending goods to be processed and value being added to these goods, and then importing them with ridiculous tariffs. It's unheard of, but it's happening in Africa. So that is the reality. Just to provide some context, the first phase of negotiations in terms of protocol was on goods, services, and dispute resolution, and then the second phase was competition law, intellectual property, and another one. But finally, women and youth and digital trade. And I asked the Secretariat what was the reasoning and rationale in negotiating that protocol last, because it's so significant. Like the Minister mentioned, SMEs comprise mostly of women and youth, and digital trade is going to be massive in terms of taking Africa to a completely different frontier. The reality is we are miles behind regions around the world when it comes to digital trade. There is no digital inclusion as far as I'm concerned. If you look at rural areas, people continue to be recalcitrant when it comes to embracing technology. There's a demographic in Africa, especially the older people, who always have reservations about embracing technology. Listen, I love my mother, but she calls me to order her Ubers. And I'm trying to get her to embrace it. But there is a demographic that we need to cater to. There needs to be capacity building. There needs to be training. And we at African Law Practice, in the context of the AFCA, are very, very inclusive in terms of how we disseminate information about the AFCFTA and the protocols, because the reality is the Secretariat hasn't given us enough information to chew on. For example, if I'm selling cocoa in the north of Nigeria, how does the AFCFTA agreement affect me? How does it transcend into my business? So those are the key things. We'll talk about the challenges. Why do we continue to benchmark our currencies in Africa against the dollar and the euro? If I'm rendering a service and I want to pay in Rwandan franc in Nigeria, for example, why do I need a third currency to be able to process that payment? The Afrexim Bank have come up with, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, but it's always going to have teething issues. But we need more of that. You're going to see a deviation from physical banks to digital banks, which is what is happening at the moment, and we just have to embrace it as Africans, because we are at the cusp of something great with the AFCFTA agreement, and we need to push it to a completely different level, because we cannot continue to lag behind other regions in the world. It's just not. Like Carol said, we have everything here, so we just need to be more intentional about how we go about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's quite interesting when the Honorable Minister also talked about policymakers always playing a catch-up game, and now more than ever the panelists have really stressed the fact that it's now time to do what we're supposed to do, taking advantage of the opportunities that the agreement is offering instead of playing a catch-up game. So I want to ask this one to Carol also about what is Equity Bank doing in terms of supporting the digital trade and some of the sectors that you have seen really growth who are not playing basically the catch-up game.
Thank you very much for this question. So what is Equity currently doing? Answer number one was to do a lot of digitization for financial services. And we have a famous product called One Equity. So, and that One Equity can be accessed through different channels. So that was number one, to be given to our customers. So today, if you want to do, let's say, movement of money, you can either use your app, you can use your USSD, you can use your cards, you can go to an agent, and then you can go to the web. So the digitization of the financial service was number one. And that facilitates the trading, the digital trading. Number two is to do movement now of money through different countries. That's what we call inter-countries now. So there's been a lot of negotiation between governments. That's where the legal game comes in. A lot of agreement, and also now a lot of integration. I think the minister came back to that. For that to be able to do a digital trading, there's a lot of integration at legal level, at a business level, at a technology level. So today, for example, with Equity, you can come and deposit your money for a customer in Kenya or in Tanzania or in Uganda, and that person is going to receive the money immediately. So that element of digitalization of the services. Something else that have been done also, it's a lot of partnership. and integrations. Here, partnership, we have so many service providers. For example, we have fintech companies, you have international money transfers. So we've done a lot of partnership with them so that their products are available on different channels. Today you can do remittance with Western Union, with so many others fintechs, and this is again through digital. So today you can have a person in the US that is sending money to a customer in Tanzania. They have options. So there's quite a lot of options. Something else that we also have done is because we're doing trade through international currency. So you can have your exchange, your Forex on the digital again platforms. So you can say I'm going to buy something, let's say in South Sudan, and then you can immediately convert that money in that currency and do your transaction. So the digitalization of the financial service has been number one. Number two, what have been done as well is we are using a lot of tools like AI and machine learnings for credit scoring. So today, when you wanted to get a loan, you had to move to a bank. And you go to a credit officer, they'll do your rating, they'll look at your risk appetite, and then they see what collaterals you have, and then now they say, okay, you're eligible for this money, this amount of money, and they give you a loan. Today, we're doing digital. So that's whole service that was done by a team. We're doing it physical, now it's been done by technology. So like we speak today on your phone, you can get up to 500,000 digitally. But now we are creating other products for SME, for other firms. Let's say if you want to purchase a car, you can also do digitally. Why? Because now we're using technology to do a scoring, because we already know your behavior. We know how you're saving money, how you're moving money on your account. So with the tools now we're able to see, okay, this has been the trend for this customer. Now we're able to provide loans on a digital platform. So that customer does not need to come anymore to our bank or to our branches to get that facilities. So this is something else. Something else that we're also doing on the digitalization is, as I mentioned, we are transferring everything on the digital. So you really come to the branches for the last resort. Of course, the mentality or the behavior is still a little bit far. Sometimes people think they still need to come and with a check at the bank, but this is something that is it's going to move. Now, what we've seen growing, it's again the movement of money. So movement of money has become like really an easy way to do. People just need to do it through phones. So it's very rare that you have people coming for a bank to do movement of money. And that's again the flagship of integration with third parties like the telcos and also the fintechs. So this is where we're seeing a lot of trends in growing of transaction. Another thing that we've seen is on the money transfers, international money transfers, because and the area where we're seeing is a lot of diaspora sending money for different reasons. So this is also an area. It's something before they had to wait for someone who's going to travel to that specific country to bring the money. But then we've seen another area where we're seeing a lot of uptake again is on the digital. We're looking at the masses. That means let's say we call them the wananchi. So even if you're trading with 100 francs, you're able to open an account with Equity. Now, you being able to access your account, you're able to get any service. So you don't need to come to a bank and you see how is giving them opportunities to come and get facilities of the loans. So there's but mostly I would say the innovations that has happened in transforming the traditional banking into digital banking has really improved our digital trading. Thank you.
Thank you very
You're welcome.
much. You talked about something that is quite interesting, I think, for the business community about using technology, especially AI, in credit scoring. I remember the other day someone was asking this question in a network, and people couldn't believe it's happening already. They were like, okay, this may be something that is in the pipeline. So it's really interesting to know that this is something already happening. And my question also, come back to you, sir. It's very quite interesting that we're having two different contexts, but a kind of similar. We're talking about the East African experience, and most of the time I believe Equity is operating in East Africa. But I want also to get your insight on what is going on in the Nigerian market mostly. You advise clients who want to take advantage of the opportunities that the African Free Continental Trade Area offers. What are the key barriers that you find when it comes to cross-continental trade, and how do you support your clients in building like digital business in Nigeria or elsewhere? I know that Nigeria also has a very big diaspora, so I assume that you even go beyond Nigeria.
Well, I was going to limit it to Nigeria, but now you say into Africa. There are a lot of barriers, tariff and non-tariff barriers. The tariff barrier is a massive issue. Importing goods in Nigeria now, it's unbelievably ridiculous, and it is causing a strain on importers and business owners in general. But if we're talking about digital trade, there are things that you need to look at in terms of cybersecurity, data governance, and also consumer protection. Those three things are very key, and we advise clients as it relates to that those are very essential if you want to have a thriving business. But we speak about the AFCFTA, there has to be a harmonization of laws. Each country has its own idiosyncrasies, right? So each country has a law particular to their country. But there needs to be a harmonization, there needs to be a unification of laws, otherwise the AFCFTA is not going to work. And that's where the digital protocols come in. As you continue to refine tech and AI, you best believe hacker somewhere in Africa is also refined in what he's doing as well. So there is massive risk involved in digital trade. But I think you can overcome those hurdles with good governance and also flexible governance. I think the private sector are the people that are going to drive the AFCFTA, and I don't think there has been enough private sector engagement in negotiating the protocols in particular, because if I speak about Nigeria, our laws are fairly archaic, and I don't think they really cater to digital trade. There have been, some concerted efforts to, the Nigerian startup bill has been passed, and I think that's a good step towards, first and foremost acknowledging SMEs, and also, providing, a buffer for them to thrive in a very, very difficult and harsh environment and landscape in Nigeria in particular. For SMEs in particular, there needs to be an enabling environment. There has to be an enabling environment. So you're talking about moratoriums for taxes and customs, which the Honourable Minister mentioned. There have to be waivers of certain taxes because the tax regime in Nigeria is very high, and I presume it's high in Africa in general. So those are the things you have to look at, because the SMEs are the ones that are going to drive the AFCFTA agreement. But we also need to look at data. It's so important. Data localization. How do you store? How do you process data? There's been a lot of investment in data centers, which I think is massive. And I think data centers are so technologically intensive that you need to find sort of exemptions and waivers to sort of support them. If not at national level, then maybe having a data center in a free trade area, which are exempt from taxes in general when they're importing services. So those are the sort of things that we've seen in Nigeria. But, and I say this to everyone because I presume everyone's in the private sector here, we need to engage the public sector a lot more. They don't understand tech. That's the reality. For example, in Nigeria, if you look at Binance, if you look at one of the largest cryptocurrency platforms, our government just didn't understand what cryptocurrency was. So instead of having dialogue, instead of discourse, it was like, do you know what, let's just put a policy out to stop this, to halt this. And then we moved back from that and said, okay, we're going to allow it. Well, then we've gone back to square one and said to ourselves, we don't understand it, so let's just completely halt it. And then you use Binance as an excuse for the devaluation in Naira. We
we need to do a lot more public and private sector engagement. It's so important, and I encourage everyone here to please engage your policymakers and lawmakers, because as much as they think they know everything, they need private sector engagement. Thank you.
Yeah, you said something interesting about harmonization. If really we need to take advantage of this agreement, and you also talked about some of the challenges.
Every single day, as the Honourable Minister said. So in Nigeria in particular, there has been a clamour for more private sector involvement in terms of law drafting, white paper drafting, and I think that's going to transcend into Africa eventually.
I just wanted to comment on the importance to involve the private sector in the drafting of laws and regulations. I'll give you an example for the case of Rwanda, for the national cybersecurity and the data privacy and policy law. So we were mostly like the banking sector. It's a very regulated industry, and there's quite a lot of engagement that's happening in terms of when there's a new regulation for the banking sector, but also for some of the laws that are going to attach. So, for example, in this case for the data protection law, we've been involved in providing some of the insight, because it's very important for all the time, the banking sectors have been thinking that the data of the customers belongs to them, and there's now a trend to say actually those data do not belong to you, they belong to the customers. So there's a whole mentality change that needs to happen, because I know all the data of my customers belongs to me, but they do not. So if you look at the way the government of Rwanda have done through the central bank and the National Cybersecurity Agency is to involve the third parties in drafting, but also in the implementation. They gave us enough of time to implement. So I think it started October last year, the actual implementation. And what the benefit of involving ahead of time the private sector is, number one, like for the banking, we had to re-engineer the way we've been dealing with data. So you just collect data, you know it's for the bank, it's only for financial services, but sometimes with evolving of technology, now we're going to do something else. Like we're now doing credit scoring, it's based on the data of the customer. We are going to do, today, let's say we put in place an insurance firm, we are going to use that data to know what type of insurance we're going to sell. So there's now, as you're saying, data is now the fuel. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be doing with data to innovate new products. And the involvement of to come back to the involvement of the private sector, it's very important, because it's also, at the end of the day, the regulator will put in place laws, regulations, but the implementer will be the private sector. So if the private sector is not involved at the beginning of when this regulation are coming out, it's going to be a total chaos, and we're going to have a gap. And that's why maybe we've been saying most of the regulation will come like catching up, or we're going to have a lot of gaps. But if we work together, private sectors and the regulators, this is going to even improve and be a platform of more innovations. Yeah, so I wanted to comment on that.
Sorry, can I just supplement what Carol said? She makes a very important point, because I'm still bewildered why the private sector was not involved, especially in digital trade. I read the draft. I'm not quite sure if that's the final draft of the digital trade protocol. And for example, if I'm Google and I incorporate a company in Rwanda, a local company, I can transfer the data to the head office in America. So while we continue to think that we should mirror sort of economies who have sort of a comparable advantage per se, I think we need to be very careful, because Africa is a completely, whole different ballgame, and it's not the West. It's as simple as that. So we do need to be very careful how we curtail these issues.
Yeah, you said a very good statement, and the Honorable Minister Paul also mentioned about that the Global South is always playing a catch-up game, but at the same time, if I got you right, you also highlight the need to make things to fit our own context, not like copy and paste and duplicate things. And you mentioned something that is quite interesting, and I want to come back to Carol about the digital skill, the need for digital skills. While we may come up with different packages or different technologies that are needed in this era of African Free Continental Trade Area, there is also a digital skills gap where the literacy is still down, and the infrastructure are not there. And what is Equity Bank doing in that regard to balance the supply and demand, making sure that your clients are aware of your services, that they need to use this kind of digital solution that you provide?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So, first of all, I want to emphasize that capacitating people, customers, and citizens is very important. Why? Because number one, you prepare your customers. Here in this time, I'm a banker. You prepare them to adapt to the changing of the environment of the market. And for this, I want to pick a specific example I've read, I think 2 weeks ago, that is in Singapore. They've passed a law that is going to allow citizens above 40 years old to go back to school and learn for data science, artificial intelligence. You can imagine, as a country, that is a deliberate, there's a deliberate willing of the government to know there's a technology changes coming, but our population will be not relevant. They're not going to be replaced. They're now going to equip them so that they should now be living in the era we are in, the fourth generation. So that is very important. Number two, once you give enough skills to our people, again, you increase productivity. So if I was a business person only operating in Rwanda, but then you have automations of processes and the whole business model, then you're able again to be more efficient and you reduce your cost. So again, our people are becoming more profitable and they can make more money, and then the economy is growing. So there's a lot of benefit in providing digital skills to our people. Now, what is Equity doing? So the way Equity is structured, you have two legs. You have the commercial leg, that's where you see the way we're doing business, we're providing loans, we're collecting deposit, and then we're doing business. Then you have the other side of the coin, that is the social engine. Because you, as much as you can be an operating in the markets, in this case the Eastern African market, you're making money, but then you can't see value if the people are not following up. You see, you can't keep giving loan to one person. That person now will not have enough ideas to build, and your economy will stagnate. But if you bring, that's what equity main purpose is, you start from the 1 inch. So you grow that person until it's able to becoming a big corporate. And for that, you need to do a lot of skills, capacity building. And so now that social engine of the equity is doing a lot of social activities. And in social, for example, one of the products that we do is, if we have a program called ELPs, where we pick the best students across the country, and then we give them an internship for like 6 months, and then they get the best university, and they can come back equipped. Now, something else we're doing, like for example, the SME, which is very important for the FCTA, is growing the SMEs. It's a lot of trainings on the product and services, so that the way they can use it. And we're focusing on digital product, because we don't want people to reinvent the wheel. They can just use products there. You don't need, for you to start a business, you need to have a big hall, you need to have, you don't need. You can easily do your business online, and you should be also, successful. So the social engine is helping us now to build the capability of the customers so that they can go to the different level. So if today you were, let's say, seeking for a loan of 500,000, tomorrow you should be able, let's say, to achieve 1 million, because you're growing. And that's part of the continuous capacity building that we're doing to our customers. And because of, again, of the opportunity that the bank is having, being operating in different countries and partnering with so many people, we have a number of products we do, for example, with MasterCard, with the government of Rwanda, with BRD. There's so many partners that are here to de-risk the market. So we work with them and ensure we capacitate the people. But most of our products are being done through the use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we wrap up, I would like you to say just in a few words, what do you need as a homework or as a takeaway for people who are in this session? How do we take advantage of this agreement as a private sector, as lawyers? What do we do to take advantage of this agreement? And just say it in a few words as we wrap up. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll try to summarize. First of all, I want to thank the team that organized this session. And it's not common to have the tech and the law people in the same room. And it's very important. I think the Honorable Minister of ICT stressed on the same. We can innovate as tech people, but then there's also some limit, or we need some safeguard. And that's where the legal family or the law family comes in. We need to work hand to hand. And coming back to the question, I think that the Honorable Minister said of justice, technology is not here to replace, but I think it's more augmentation and also repurposing. So if for example, one process has been done by 2 people, but it was so manual, it's been automated. We take those people and repurpose them to something else. And repurposing means you need to increase skills, and that's what like Singapore is doing now. So for the lawyers that are here, or the future lawyers to be, I think there's a need now to see how technology is going to support you to do the work, because there's something that we can't replace. As much as AI is going to take, let's say, notes, or the trading inter-countries is still very low. Why? Because of the challenges that he mentioned. You have issues of tariffing, you have issues of infrastructure, you have issues of accessibility. We still have places where you cannot travel from one country to another. So, and that can only be achieved once we have legal framework in place that are standardized across. So this will bring countries together, and I know we can benefit from opportunities of trading between countries. And again, it goes back to for Africa. Why is if today you have the European Union, today they're able to do trading. You have the others unions across, but for Africa we've not reached to the level where we can say, okay, now this is a preferential price or product because I'm in Africa. We still see each other as competitors. So how do we remove that competitors' mindsets? And that's why now the tech and the lawyers we made that possible. Thank you.
Like I said before, this is a massive opportunity, being the single largest market in the world. Now it's a case of implementation. We signed the agreement in 2019 and it's 2024 and we haven't seen any real penetration, if we're being honest. It's going to take a lot of PPPs, public-private partnerships, sensitization, capacity building, training, technical know-how. Personally, I'm not happy with the over-reliance on the West. We need to be independent of the West, and everyone here has got a role to play in the implementation of the AFCFTA at the end of the day. So continue to engage, continue to have discourse and dialogue with these kind of conferences, and I'm sure in the next 4 or 5 years you'll see a tangible difference and a material difference in African trade, that you can actually reach out and touch it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to amazing panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Such a great opportunity to have diverse perspectives on this panel. If you could kindly stand at the front to take a quick group picture. As they take this picture, I'd like to make a quick announcement. If you'd like to take a coffee or water, there's an exclusive discount at Kivu Noir. If you'd like to step out, this is your chance. However, we will be starting the next panel session in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. To introduce our next moderator, I'd like to invite Daniel Gasatura, who's a partner at Trust Law Chambers, and the floor is yours.
I insist on you guys having the coffee. I'm nice. Good morning, everyone. And thank you all for being here again. Thank you to the ALT for having me. My name is Daniel Gasatura, and I'll be a moderator for the second panel, which is on legal design and legal tech automation, and promoting efficiency in legal services. And it's my pleasure to invite the panel here today. We have Justice Dr. Aimé Muyoboke Karimunda, who is the Rector of the Institute of Legal Practice and Development. Welcome, sir. We have the President of the Rwanda Bar Association, Moise Nkundabarashi. Welcome, sir. We have Nelson Karungi, an e-justice expert from Synergy International Systems Rwanda. Very welcome. And Mr. Aaron Shanmugathanathan, the co-founder of Hens Technologies. Thank you. I think my first question to you will be, how do we pronounce your name? Thank you all for being here. I think it's a good panel on legal design and legal tech automation, because we have two people from the legal side and two people from the tech side. So I'm going to give you all a minute to just introduce yourselves, short introduction, your name, your organization, the purpose and mission of your organization, and I'll start with you, sir, and all the way to the end. No, I'm Daniel Gasatura. Yes.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, dear Daniel. Before introducing myself, I'm really very pleased to be on this panel, and very humbled, really. It is I always like to be surrounded by young people, because it is the only way you can learn about new things. So my name is Aimé Muyoboke Karimunda. I'm currently the rector for the Institute for Legal Practice and Development. It is an institute which was established in 2006, but it started operating in 2008, in charge of transforming law graduates into lawyers. So in actually that's it. So it is running currently two programs, permanent programs: the diploma in legal practice and a diploma in legal and contract drafting. We've recently launched a new program on child justice, and for now we have graduated nearly 3,166 graduates in the DLP. Most of them now are judges, prosecutors, advocates, and house counsels, and so on. So I used to be in the judiciary until the end of last year. I was in Supreme Court in the Court of Appeal. And before that, I was in academia. I think, in short, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those from out of Rwanda, ILPD is the bar school. Yeah. Go ahead, Moise.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Moise Nkundabarashi. I am the president of Rwanda Bar Association and a partner at Trust Law Chambers. I also happen to be having some connections with Celta Foundation because I'm on their board, and they've entrusted me to be their chair for now. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nelson Karungi. I am an e-justice expert with Synergy International Systems. I'm a teacher by calling, I believe, and a tech person by profession. I have over 10 years experience in digitizing justice systems, and Synergy International Systems is a software developing company and tech consultant company, and we are driven by impact. and data. And we empower organizations and governments to achieve that. We have worked with over 80 countries worldwide, and we have implemented around 300 plus projects in social protection, in education, in water and sanitation, and most importantly, in justice. So our vision and our mission is to empower impact-driven organizations and to empower NGOs and governments to achieve, to create decisions, to make decisions based on data. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Arun Shanmuganathan, that's how you pronounce it. I'm the co-founder of a company based here in Rwanda called Hints Technologies. My background is in mathematics and machine learning. I studied in the UK, Cambridge and Oxford, but I moved to Rwanda about 5 years ago, and we've set up a company, Hints. What we do is we help some of the largest organizations in the world build software for managing and engaging with lawyers, including systems like outside counsel management, matter management, legal front door, and so on. Our entire tech team is based here in Rwanda, and we're excited about building the future of legal technology from here in Rwanda for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to stick to Arun. But yeah, due to time, I'll jump straight into the questions. And for you, at least the two of you, wear a lot of hats. You just talked about judiciary, you talked about academia. But in your current role at ILPD, in training the next generation of Rwandan lawyers, what would you say, in terms of the discussion we're having today, how are you and your team preparing the young lawyers for the future and the opportunities, and what are the opportunities and challenges for legal educators today?
Well, thank you, Daniel. I think that is a crucial question, a very important question, which I think goes even beyond the LPD. It is a question that concerns the legal training as a whole, not only in Rwanda, but even beyond Rwanda. By principle, by default, lawyers are labeled as conservatists. They don't move that fast. We adopt laws, and we use them for decades and decades. And we believe these laws have created rights that don't need to be shaken. So the move of embracing the new trends in legal area, it is very slow. It is generally very slow. And this applies also to LPD. LPD is receiving graduates from all law schools in Rwanda, and most of them, they have the basic skills in IT. And so far as I'm informed, we don't have a program, a curriculum in the law schools by now that links law to technology. And we haven't yet started a continuous legal education, a permanent continuous legal education that links law to technology. So I think that is the status of affairs by now. in Africa, and building on what the previous panel was mentioning, I don't think that we have until now been so proactive in embracing technology. So we have been following the development of our technology and trying to update ourselves to the existing technologies. And most of the time technologies are developed by software engineers, scientists, and now there are people who join law schools because in fact you don't want to join science schools. And when you start using the concept of algorithm and they don't know coding and whatever, it becomes something alien to the legal realm. And it creates a kind of, I don't know how to put it, maybe reluctance from the legal fraternity to embrace this new trend. So there is a need, there's an appealing need to create a new mindset, starting with the law schools, and maybe a partnership between the law schools and science schools on creating a permanent academic program on the relationship between the law and the technology. That's one. And for that, I don't think LPD has a mandate to do that, but it can support. LPD can support in that. But what LPD can do and what is trying to do now is to introduce programs on emerging legal issues and including also technology. And we are thinking now, even expanding our department of OIT so that we can anticipate the needs of e-justice in justice sector. Ms. Naison Karungi will elaborate better than myself because she worked very hard in these last 10 years on the integrated electronic case management system, which I think it is most probably the single system we have that was developed by lawyers in conjunction with IT experts. The concept came from the judiciary and probably the justice sector, and then now they included IT people to transform the legal concept using a code of a civil procedure, code of a criminal procedure, and the other laws, and transforming them into a usable technology tool. And that is the uniqueness, in my understanding, that is the uniqueness of the integrated case management system we have in Rwanda, because it wasn't developed outside the system, it was developed within the system, and being used now by legal practitioners. So now ISMS is being used and probably upgraded, but ISMS is not the final destination for the legal technology. And when I look around, maybe the president of the Bar Association will, I hope he'll agree with me, I'm not seeing alternatives. I'm not seeing alternatives to the ISMS. So ISMS has eased access to justice. ISMS has reduced corruption, tremendously reduced the corruption. ISMS has increased the level of accountability. But it is important we think about new tools or even upgrading this ISMS so that we create maybe the court of the future, where we don't need a courtroom that will be like this one, where an attorney can sit in his office and the judge and they can, without spending money and the time. We need to introduce new tools such as, how is it called, holographs. Yeah? So not necessarily bringing witnesses to the courtrooms. So we need to upgrade the laws and the link. And this requires a kind of an incubation center, a legal and technology incubation center that can initiate this product and that can sell this product to the justice sector. So by now, we don't have this incubation center. The incubation centers we have are driven by IT people who with in discussions with the Department of, there's someone called CDO, I think the Ministry of Justice, to see how we can maybe anticipate all these needs in the justice sector. So the challenges are many. One of the biggest challenges we have in the legal fraternity is technology literacy. I think that is one of the biggest challenge. But also we might have the issue for IT infrastructure. When you look at the president of the bar, I think he will confirm that we have nearly 1,006 and more lawyers. And embracing technology would mean that any law firm should have at least a minimum website, right? But I think the technology we are using so far, and very mostly might be the mobile telephone communication and the mobile telephone transactions, than these new tools on the website and the apps and the things like that. So that how can generally give the landscape of what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I think you've made it very clear, and I think I saw the IT guys in the room writing down all those ideas. So when they come to your office tomorrow, that's on you. But let me jump straight to Nathan, because I think he mentioned you. Can you highlight, maybe for those who may not know, the highlights of the systems that your team implements? And maybe since this is the African Legal Network, African Law and Tech Network, and not just Rwanda, is there anything else you're doing? You did mention countries. You did say it's not just Rwanda. So what are you doing outside Rwanda as well? Jumping on to what you talked about, the system in Rwanda and what you're doing elsewhere. Briefly, yeah.
Thank you. I love to jump onto what he said, because he just mentioned some of the impact things that we do with technology. And we implement a number of systems, especially in the justice sector. One of the systems we implement is the law firm management system, which allows law firms to operate and do their processes online. The second system we have implemented is the judicial performance management system. This is being used in Rwandan courts, and we're implementing it so far now for the prosecution as well. And what it does is it tracks real time the performance of the judiciary, and also together with the strategic plan. So to know if the strategies that are planned are actually delivering the impact or the performance that is intended in real time, so that the judiciary or the justice sector can adjust in time. And this is the importance of data-driven decisions. The most prestigious system for us, though, is the case management system, for which in Rwanda we have the integrated electronic case management system. And what that means is that it integrates all the justice sector institutions, from investigation, prosecution, courts, correction services, judgment execution, online auctioning, you name it, both in civil and criminal cases. But we have not only implemented it in Rwanda, as you have said, we have implemented case management systems as well in Uganda, in Zimbabwe, in Eswatini, and many other countries around the world. But that's just to mention a few in Africa, since we are talking about this topic. And so what we do, as Justice Eme has said, is that we conceptualize systems together with the beneficiaries, which is now the justice sector. And we understand their processes, because they're different. They are civil processes and criminal processes. They are civil systems and common law systems. And we need to understand that. And I want to encourage all tech people that are here that tech is not enough. We need to understand the laws as well in order to implement impactful systems. And also, building on what Eme has said, we understand that ICMS, although it has brought a lot of benefits in Rwanda, and I'm actually happy to inform you that just this month, ICMS has won another award for innovation in access to justice, on top of the 3 awards that it already has. And so that to us is agenda, not to mention other accreditations like the rule of law, that we are the first in sub-Saharan Africa in civil justice and the second in criminal justice. And all of these, we do not account it entirely to ICMS, obviously, but so these are all the effects of working as aliens out of technology. So that is, in a nutshell, what we have been doing around Africa, and we hope to partner with more African countries and bring these innovations in many more countries, because this is the justice that we deserve as Africans.
Thank you so much. I think you remind me of one thing the Attorney General said about technology being for the good of society. And access to justice for society, and that's the person we need to think of at the end of the day. But I'd also highlight one of the publications that the ELT network in which they said that legal tech in Africa is currently developing under two pretexts, being access for justice for low-income customers and legal operations tech designed for firms to use and to be able to offer more efficient and cost-saving services. And I think in what you said, you guys are covering both of that, as well as Hens Technologies as well. But let me get to my president, Mr. Moise. As the president of the Rwanda Bar Association, how do you perceive the role of technology in improving efficiency and provision of legal services? And I think they've talked a lot about the side of courts. What about in the side of the law firms and operation of lawyers? Where do you see technology playing a part in improving efficiency for us?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say the use of technology is no longer an option. It's progressively becoming something that is mandatory. Whether you're in law, whether you're in practice of accounting, whether you're whatever kind of profession you're involved in, the use of technology is progressively becoming what I can call mandatory in a way. And today, when the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, when he was speaking, it was very specific. He said something very important that I've also noticed. Lawyers, in their own way of living and behaving and acting, they are very much of conservative people. And change is not something that comes very easily with them in their practice, in their lives, and everything. The reason I'm saying this is very simple. When the use of the integrated electronic case management system started, NICE did not mention the kind of challenges we were facing. But today, as we speak, when ICMS has an issue for something like 5 minutes and it's off, you cannot imagine the kind of conversation that comes out on the group WhatsApps of lawyers. Their life is pretty much like going off as well. But initially, when the system was introduced, everyone started asking the questions, but is this really in conformity with the law? Are these people even thinking about the local citizen that cannot access this technology infrastructure and who cannot be able to fit into the use of this ICMS? Do we have infrastructure in the rural area where people are not going to get the availability of internet? We are talking about internet, but they don't even have laptops. They don't even have gadgets that can allow them to log into the system. So those are the questions that lawyers were asking by then. None of them make sure that whenever such such a new innovation and challenges are coming up, transform them into opportunities. Be the first to learn the tools, and then make sure that the innovations and tech opportunities that are coming, you're using them to actually even transform and innovate and try to go with it, and see how it can make easier for you as you practice law, rather than being stuck and thinking that these are challenges that are not going to be responded to, and even get to a point where you start there are even some that will even take actions and try to challenge each and every innovation that is coming, because in their way of training and how their background, they are not trained to think out of what they learned at the law school. That is a major kind of observation that I've made when we were getting into the use of IECMS. So, in as far as practice is concerned, apart from the use of the integrated electronic case management, I'm coming back to the question that Daniel asked. The reality is, because of the use of IECMS, law firms and lawyers have now tested the better way and the benefit of using technology. Why am I saying this? Today, if you're a lawyer in Rwanda, you should not have such a room where you're going to be storing your files, because I have them on my phone here. I can work on my files when I'm in London. If I have internet wherever I am, I can work on my files. The next upgrade of the IECMS is going to allow us to attend court sessions online, and I'll be representing Rusizi citizens when I'm sitting in my law firm. Can you imagine the kind of cost implication that has? Can you imagine the kind of risk we are mitigating? Because if you're going to be on the road for 6 hours going to Rusizi and back, that's 12 hours. In terms of costs, in terms of risk, because when you're driving on the road, maybe someone can even hit you. You can have a road accident. So think about all those surrounding aspects that goes with what you're doing, and try to innovate as you work. It will help you very much. The question that Daniel asked to do with the systems that are used by the law firms, I have to confess that we've not really made the necessary steps that are going to help us go into the use of systems that allows law firms to track, like for instance what their employees are doing, but also to even look into the efficiency of how they can innovate in as far as, like for instance, having like templates online where you don't have to go through again the redrafting and so on and so on. I don't think law firms have really gotten to that point. The law firms I know that have made necessary progress, they have, like for instance, the systems that they are using in their finance, which is something good. But then it needs also to get to a level where you're also getting into the real practice of law. That is not necessarily only to do with the finance. On the side of Rwanda Bar Association, we are also thinking about quite a good number of innovations in as far as the use of technology to manage the lawyers. But of course, there are still some challenges. The use of tech with the law practitioners, it has a cost that is not that very friendly. Nice will not be that good with me. Building the infrastructure requires some level of investment, but which, in my understanding and in my view, is really very extremely relevant. And going forward, that's what we are about to embark on, because we used to have bring up each and everything that has to do with how we can help them even develop their business, for especially for young ladies and some that are in the room, it will require that we have an understanding that is going to do with the use of technology. That is what is going to help us manage them. Of course, we have things that we are doing which are not really at a level where we want it. The use of their mailing lists, sending them Google Sheets when we want, like for instance, for them to register for events. There is a survey that was of recent conducted for women lawyers, because on Friday we are celebrating the International Women's Lawyers. We wanted to understand, like for instance, what are the challenges that they are facing. But because there are 500 people, we're not going to write up questionnaire, print them, which is not maybe something that is not environmental friendly. Take them to their law firms, have them written, have them collected again. No, we've sent a Google Sheet, which I actually even happened to fill, even though I was not a woman. But I had some ideas. I was coming from work. When I got home, I was like, this email was sent. I then filled it. It was pretty much like around 10 p.m. in the night. So you can imagine a lawyer that have been working is also capable of giving us data when he or she gets home because of the use of technology. And the only simple thing of having internet allows you to move very fast. So let's embrace this use of technology with a lot of flexibility. It's taking us somewhere that is better than where we used to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as the president, you get some benefits. You know, you can answer women's questionnaires. You can. This is why lawyers don't want technology. Anyways, one of the things you mentioned about lawyers, still struggling to catch on, leads me to you, Aaron, just for us and for our benefit, to elaborate on practical examples of some of the legal automation in the legal sector and how you guys at Hens Technologies are transforming the knowledge economy and reimagining the way legal services are accessed. And if you will, you talked about cost and things like this. How practical are these things for law firms in Rwanda, in Nigeria, and because sometimes these things are amazing, but we look at the cost and you look at your turnover, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you to the panel for, I think, elaborating a lot on the context. I think that we work in here in Rwanda, and the law and how people are adapting to technology. So at Hens, we're kind of looking primarily at a different market. Our market is primarily, until now, we're still early. We've been around for 4 years, but our primary market has been companies in the West, in the US, in Europe, and so forth. And we've been building technology primarily for in-house counsel, in-house lawyers, not necessarily for lawyers working at law firms themselves. And so we've, none of us on our team are lawyers, and so to the point that was mentioned earlier that, we're technologists, we're software developers, and so what we've had to do is we've had to spend time sitting down with in-house counsel, understanding their challenges, understanding their problems, understanding where automation, data, predictive technology, machine learning, where all of this could be applied, and then adapting technology, adapting the solutions that we have in a way that's compliant with data security laws, in a way that's compliant with, as we talked about, lawyers that can potentially be a bit more conservative in how they look at technology. But ultimately what we found is that people are open if it fits their problems and their challenges and their needs. It's not that people say no to technology. It's not that people are saying I don't want to use it. It's how does this practically help me, because I have and why would I do things differently? And so, you know, primarily around things like external counsel management. So how do they select which external counsel they work with? And, you know, for some of the companies we work with, we talked about 1,600 lawyers in Rwanda. Some of these companies that we work with have 1,600 lawyers to pick from, you know, within America that they work with on an annual basis. And so how do they pick who is the right counsel that they should be working with? Well, they have a lot of data to help to use, but they don't use that data because it's stored in different file systems, it's stored in different billing systems, it's stored in different things. So we help integrate all of that different data that's out there and then connect it back to enable them to have a single look at, here's my lawyer, here is how well they performed in the past, here is how much they cost, here is what their expertise is and how they compare against other counsel that I could potentially work with. We've kind of expanded from there into things around how they actually engage with external counsel, so how they manage matters. We talked about case management for when it gets to courts and things, but a lot of matters don't actually reach court, and so there are a lot of other matters that in-house counsel have to deal with, both internally, so sometimes it's just between the business and in-house counsel, but sometimes it goes to external counsel, and so there's various matter management pieces there. We've looked at things like legal front door, so when a business user comes in and says, hey, I want to, you know, make this request, I want to sign this deal, I want to do something, how can they get the right information quickly so that, you know, they can be compliant with internal policies, so that they can get the request handled according to its level of urgency. So, you know, as an in-house lawyer, there are a lot of things to kind of think about, and over time we've been learning and understanding what are the challenges that they face, engaging with external counsel, engaging with business, and what we found is that there's a lot of space for it, and as AI has come in, as you know, large language models have come in, there's a lot of space for improving and creating efficiency in how they engage, because these are very, very, very busy people, right? And so, you know, even within these large firms that have maybe a few hundred lawyers working within them, they still are dealing with requests from 10,000, 50,000 people within the entire company, and so they're very busy, and that presents a huge challenge. And so they need to be thinking about the most important requests. They need to be thinking about the strategic value. And so I think there's a big transition that we've seen where people are asking, hey, how do I automate the things that I'm not adding value in? I'm not adding value in doing data entry. I'm not adding value in you know, making sure that the data is correct and doing billing and doing these kind of things. I'm adding value by using my brain, by thinking about difficult legal concepts. And so we want to enable lawyers to be thinking about it from that angle. And so to come back to what we were talking earlier about Rwanda and where technology is going, especially in the legal sector, you know, just from hearing you all, you know, and I've never had actually as much exposure, even just as much as this panel, about learning about the challenges of the technology here. What I would say is, where are the opportunities to leapfrog, to jump ahead and not do the same things that have happened in the West, right? We heard earlier in the panel about how the West and Africa are different, and so what I would ask is, how can here in Rwanda be a launching pad for technologies where people say, okay, what if, you know, instead of saying let's digitize things, but the ultimate result of digitization is that you need to hire more legal assistants or people to do data entry, what if you could jump straight to solving the problems that are important? You know, because we said 1,600 lawyers in the country, and then a population in Rwanda of, you know, 13 million, 15 million people, right, roughly. So what we're saying is one lawyer for every 10,000 people. I'm a mathematician, so I think in that way, right? And which lawyer can handle 10,000 people here? You know, even the best lawyers here, I'm sure that's a huge, huge challenge. And so the question becomes, where does AI, where does this technology come in to say, how can we actually help and support people to get all of that access? So yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to time, I'm just going to ask all of you, maybe since you have the mic, we can then just come back from you. Just what are
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot here, but I'd say the big thing for me, the big takeaways would be one, that there needs to be a lot more collaboration in how people engage with these problems. So we need to have lawyers talking to technologists, different types of lawyers, people working in different sectors of government, outside counsel, in-house counsel, people connecting and solving these problems. We mentioned incubation and co-innovation. One of the things that we've benefited from at HENS is that we've managed to co-innovate solutions with some of our partners, with some of these large companies. And so, you know, there's lots of room to co-innovate solutions, and we think that ultimately, you know, the more co-innovation can happen, the better. I think secondly, there's this balance between risk-taking versus you know, conservatism, as it was highlighted earlier. And so I think it's important to think about how law and technology can work together in the way that, you know, when you have that really strong foundation of legal risk management, that actually allows you to build technology faster. You know, and when you have technology that's improving quickly, that actually allows, you know, better risk management for more people, for more organizations, for more businesses, that can then enable faster development in the country, in the continent that we kind of live in. So a lot of it comes down to that collaboration, and I think, you know, we're all here in this room to make that happen. So let's talk, let's connect, and let's start building some more solutions in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, I'm a teacher, so I'll start with a question. Why are you still conservative? In 2024, why do we still sit here and say that lawyers are conservative? And in my experience, I have noticed that people say they are conservative as a way of running away from what they don't understand. And we are lucky that in this room we have tech and we have lawyers. Let's talk to each other. Tech people are afraid of law because they don't know it. Lawyers are afraid of tech because they don't understand it. And now we are here. Let's talk. Let's develop policies that are going to advance Africa. Let's collaborate and develop systems that are going to help us leapfrog. We were talking about AI. I had a story of a man that went in a bus and carried his bag on his head. We have AI to assist us in different things, to do research, to even do analysis. But we lawyers still want to carry our bag full of books and read through 1 million of books. When AI could help us read through all the laws in the world, give us what we need, and then we only concentrate on where we add value, as my colleague was saying. So I have very many questions in this room. I wish I had more time.
I don't know how much more I can take.
But in a nutshell, I want to say that we also need to give ourselves credit. We have come a long way. We have done a lot of things. The next generation will be happy we were here, but we still have a lot to do, and we can do it. So I just want to challenge every one of you, where you are, make a difference, and make sure the next generation has an advanced step that they can start on. They don't start from where our grandparents were. And lastly, let us strive, as I said before, for the justice that we deserve. We don't deserve justice that goes through generations. No, we deserve justice that is accessible. We deserve justice that is cost-friendly. We deserve justice that is quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I will respond to your question. The truth of the matter is, the solution you provided when you created the integrated electronic case management has broken that. It has lowered that level of being conservative. Because today, if you're a practicing lawyer in Rwanda, I mean, I know some that are in corporate that do not go to court, but the use of IECMS is no longer an option. You can't file a case in court without using IECMS. So it gets to a point where you don't have much of a choice. That's where the world is taking us. So lawyers in the room, I've seen that most of you guys are young. I want to challenge you. Most of the lawyers that have been in practice for 20 years, most of them do not know how to use these tools. Can you add value to the law firms where you're going and give them solutions so that they can see that you joining the older generation and working together, you're also adding value because you can easily navigate the use of technology, and it allows you also to add value to the firms for which you're working, and you you can even teach them. Yeah. Let them mentor you in as far as law practice is concerned, but also consider bringing the innovation of matching the technology knowledge that you have with the practice of law. Huh? And then it allows things to work in a smooth way. So make sure that you get the necessary skills to do with the use of technology, which is going to help you fit into the setup of practice. Of course, there is that level of in the legal practice, like in any other area, there is always this conflict of generation. That the old ones have their own world, and they were happy with carrying with the bags with a lot of files. But nowadays, I mean, you have an iPad and you can do everything, and let's move to that kind of approach, and I believe the future is bright. We just need to make necessary adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I think there is a consensus among lawyers that their primary role is to promote and maintain the rule of law, a society governed by the law where principles of justice are predictable to the citizens. I think we understand that, and the use of technology in Rwanda has really raised the standards of the rule of law in Rwanda. That's why we were getting these awards, and that's why for, I think, the last 4 years, Rwanda was ranked the best performer in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, in promoting and maintaining the rule of law. So we have traveled a long
this it came out of the media because this technology tool confused the names of the parties. So, and that's how the president of the court learned that the judge did not write the judgment. But this can inform you. If you take Mr. the president of the Bar Association in his law firm, and maybe he's flanked with 2-3 young lawyers who have to do all the writing things, summarizing and whatever. So tomorrow he might be replaced by this tool, right? Which I don't know how to pronounce properly. So so it is important you look at this. How can you really face the challenges and transform them in opportunities, as he was saying. One of the leading law firm, I think, in the world, Allen and Overy, its lawyers are the third of its lawyers are already using these tools. So in 2025, 2028, we will no longer be speaking about ISMS. Technology challenges will be something else. So, and it is for the young lawyers to update themselves, and always remember that by upgrading your knowledge, upgrading your skills, you are also promoting good governance, and you are incidentally protecting your country. And to be Pan-Africanist like NICE, you're also protecting your continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now understand why they call it written judgments, at least in your... yeah, and thank you. I look forward to 2028. Maybe we shall have Judge GPT or something to help. But thank you all. It was really a pleasure for me to host this panel, and it was really a pleasure for me to have all of you on the panel. Thank you again to ALT for this, and have a good day.
Thank you so much. If you could kindly use the front door, we'll take a picture. Benita will orient you. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for, lunch. For our partners and our guest speakers, you will use the front door and you'll be oriented to the rooftop where you have your lunch. For our guests, you will also use the door at the top to be oriented where you're going to have your lunch. Thank you so much. Um, 1:15, we will all be back in this room, and after lunch we're going to have 2 breakout sessions. One is going to happen in the Moon Room, where you will be oriented to. I'm going to tell you the entire schedule for the afternoon so you know where to go. Yeah? We have our special presentation by ICT Chamber right after lunch, and then a panel discussion. On fostering resilience and growth. It's going to take about 45 minutes, a short break, and then we're going to have our breakout sessions. One in the Moon Room on applying Sandbox as a regulatory model, and another one will take place here, which is exploring the role of technology in advancing sexual reproductive health rights. So again, if you need the agenda, there's a QR code behind your badge. You can take a look at it during your lunch hour and figure out where you're going to go. Partners and our guests, kindly use the front door. Thank you so much.
purpose and mission of that organization. Bonus points if you get your fit, resilience and growth into it.
Oh, how nice, how nice. So my name is Cynthia Mutonuwaro. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Lupa. So what we're doing at Lupa, we are harnessing the power of IoT with then composting and vermicomposting to transform organic waste into organic fertilizer. Basically, our vision and mission is helping fertilizer.
James, would you like to continue?
I thought I would go last. Okay, my name is James. I am the co-founder of ADP List. It's a global mentorship platform that basically helps connect people who want to enter tech to people who are already in the industry. But then I am paid to design at a company called Meatlify. That company is basically helping companies that are building technical tools to better communicate with their customers. So when you are consuming, let's say you have a startup and then you are consuming an API, that API documentation, we produce the services that help some of those things. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Alex Sinhare and I'm the CEO of the Rwanda ICT Chamber. The Chamber is the umbrella body for ICT companies in Rwanda. We're member-based. Our mission is to catalyze development of the digital economy, and that covers quite a lot of things, from digital entrepreneurship on the supply side to demand side, where we work with other sectors to create market opportunities for our members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I think we can just get started in the discussion. Alex, since you were so generous to hand off the first introduction to Cynthia, my first question is to you. So we've heard quite a lot already from the morning discussions on the role of the public sector and the private sector and the significance of the two of them working together. Can you give us a little insight into what that relationship looks like here in the Rwandan startup ecosystem, and maybe a bit of information about where the Rwanda ICT Chamber comes into all of it?
Thank you. Sometimes I feel like I say this all the time, or I repeat the same story all the time, but I think it's for the benefit of those who have not heard it before. And so how, if I put it, my role is really being, or the chamber's role is being a bridge between public and private sector, and in that trying to ensure that the business environment is conducive for the private sector, but at the same time the public good that the government or the public sector wants or needs to get to is not lost in the quest for money. We want money, but we also need to strike that balance. So to do that, we have, I mean, we've been working with the government for some time now. I think sometimes the thing in other countries, you have lobby groups, and at some point we thought, we're lobbying. We all, some of my colleagues say we need to lobby government, and say like, okay, yes, but that does not quite fit really what we do. We advocate, yes, and the reason that is because when we started, I think the journey, the minister may have touched about it earlier, but the journey for digitization, or the journey to building a knowledge-based economy, an ICT-based economy, starts, I think, as in the early 2000s, or actually end of the 90s, when they began to really look at what do we need to put in place from a legal, this is where the legal people come in, from a liberalization point of view, how do we open up the markets so that more players can come in? And that obviously it was way before the digital age. You had mobile phone, you have telephony, and RwandaTel, and a few operators. But putting in place this kind of openness, I think, was the laying the ground. And fast forward, because that vision 2020, that was vision 2020, and was broken into 5-year or 4-year phases. So the last phase, which starts around 2011. Which was about private sector development and really engaging, and government coming from the point of view that look, we can in our offices and just start doing these things, and then can say, okay, right. So they invited the private sector on the table, and in formulating strategies, in putting in place work plans. And again, fast forward is one of those work plans that included looking at, okay, how do we create and nurture talent? How do we translate that talent? How do we facilitate translating that talent into entrepreneurs or into businesses? And that the first part gave birth to CMU. I'm sure there are some people, either alumni or CMU has been here, Carnegie Mellon University Rwanda, and other academic institutions. And the next part on the digital entrepreneurship is where we see the that's where the ICT chamber came in, okay, and other groups, again, entrepreneur groups, innovator groups around at universities that really were pressing in to see how do we start what was already coming up in Nairobi with iHub, and that's how K-Lab, our first facility that was built in partnership with the government, came up, and that and from that it's been a journey of additions, looking at different angles, whether it's in the manufacturing space, computer-aided engineering, and others, and that has again been closely working with them at all levels, because you don't only have the talent or entrepreneurship, you also have corporates, so we also work with corporates. But to wrap it up, it's really a partnership. Okay, it's a partnership to build a joint vision, if I may say.
Thank you so much. You brought up a lot of interesting points, and hopefully we will get into the meat of them, especially with James and Cynthia here. Cynthia, if I could just move on over to you as an up-and-coming climate tech entrepreneur, a very promising journey so far in the Rwandan startup ecosystem. I'm curious to know what have been your experiences in terms of finding the relevant support and knowing where to find that support.
I think he touched very well on the key things that at first that we struggled with was partnership, being able to create those partnerships that are relevant to what we are doing while you are very young as a startup, where everything you're saying, they're like, we don't know you. So I would say the first 6 months, I would spend my days with local leaders for them to know me. I'm here, just remember me, we are doing this. So, and not only them, we had to create that trust with the end users, which for us is farmers. If they don't know your product and it's a new product, they will not be using it. So creating this partnership from local leaders, the government, the ministries related to what we're doing has been one of the key, I would say, challenge, but also positive thing that happened to the growth that we're we have at the moment. But also I like to thank the government of Rwanda has a lot of initiatives to help entrepreneurs that are addressing the climate solutions. So we're able to fit in, especially as being able to have that visibility when we run Hunger Pitch. So we are leveraging that at the moment because it has opened doors to where we knocked before that were not opened. So in bridging that gap, I would say giving young innovators and startup space to be able to actually build these products that are relevant to what we are trying to address is mainly one of the key things that can bridge that gap.
Thanks. Just for our audience members who are not from Rwanda and are actually visiting for the first time, can you give a quick description of Hunger Pitch?
So Hunger Pitch is an initiative that it's like basically a competition where for the one we participated in the last time, there were main key things, which was innovators bringing in a tech solution that addresses problems that people are actually facing. So it's a selection that goes on it started in November. I believe it was 3,000 people that applied. And you go through a selection where you pitch in front of industry experts. So at first it was 45, we selected among the first 45. Then we pitched and then we were selected again among the top 25. Then it goes on to the top 5. So we were lucky, not just lucky, but we worked for it. So we were top at that competition.
That's amazing. Thank you. Yes. All right, and James, you've worked in multiple different in different geographical contexts. Where would you say, and also with global partners, where would you say the main stumbling blocks lie when it comes to startups being able to build resilient companies?
Well, I have had the opportunity to work with a few local startups and luckily been able to learn a lot. I think a lot of people say funding, which I agree with, but I think it goes beyond that. For instance, I think there's a report back in 2022 that there's been about 5 billion in funding to African startups, over 1,000 deals, right? And you realize that even though international investors are interested in giving money to startups, it's very difficult to have access to that fund. And I personally feel like there are more deeper issues, systemic issues that affect some of these things. One of those things has to do with availability of networks to actually reach some of these investors. Most startups have the opportunity to join accelerators, be part of hubs and stuff like that. But that constitutes about less than 10% of the startups in Africa, right? And how do we make that available for everybody? As much as funding can come, we can get people to bring more money to Africa, but if people do not have access to those funds, it's really not going to make any difference. And so I think that's one of the should be more exposure to some of these startups so that they can have access to these funds. I think another thing that I almost always talk to people about is financial stewardship. A lot of startups get a lot of money, but then how do they spend that money? They raise money for operations, they raise money for building a product, but then a week after they get that money, a big office, right? A big car. You see the startup founder has a new car. How do you expect the startups ecosystem to grow when people are mismanaging funds, right? And I think it's a big issue that needs to be addressed. I think it's a cultural issue that extravagance does not lead to. It does not help startups grow in any way, right? Focus on your operations, focus on your ideas, make sure the funds that you have, you maximize them to do the things that you need to do. Otherwise, a lot of startups will gain funding in debt, and then they feel they are not able to raise again. And then we raise the same issue, we are not getting funding. It doesn't change anything. Another thing has to do with talent. In the startup space in Africa, there is serious attrition. Like, it's extremely, it's bad. And one of the things I personally attribute to that is the lack of soft skills and other things, how people relate and work in companies, organizations. I think it's on both ends, right? Leadership has really bad reputation when it comes to culture building in organizations. On the part of employees, they lack. You see somebody technically good, but when it comes to teamwork, they are extremely bad at it. So how do we address some of these things and then help organizations grow? People are often extremely happy when they join a startup. It's this rhetoric where you join a startup, you announce it on Twitter and the rest, but then it's short-lived because you lack the skills to be part or culturally fit in an organization. So I think those are the few things I'll touch on. Hopefully, if there's time, we would address more. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex and Cynthia, I saw you nodding in agreement and in recognition. Any reflections or additions to the points that James laid out?
Maybe I can start with the use of funding. I think one of the main key things, we as a startup, like I said, we are only 9 months old. The first few months, the struggle was, how do we use this appropriately where it's actually doing what it's supposed to do, and also be able to. So for us, we had mentorship, which again a lot of people don't have, and I think, like he said, it's not only about funding, but also if you're able to get a coach in finance or accounting, even a lawyer, I think you sometimes you don't even know how to draft a contract, so you end up being the one losing. So I believe there's not only soft skills, but the basic a lot of startups need on top of the funding.
Yeah, I think it's the financial stewardship is very important. Obviously, I've seen quite a lot in terms of misuse from what they win in grants or what investors give them, and I think we owe it to ourselves and to those behind us. Okay, because really the story or the comment I always give to people is that there's someone behind you. If you misuse this, okay, you're not only doing it against yourself or your colleagues, you're basically destroying for the next people behind you, and that in my view comes down to also values, having the right value system and character, because yes, what we need to acknowledge for most of us, I think for most of the startups, at least in the Rwandan context, you find it's young people, you've just come out of uni or high school, or and you haven't really, this is, someone gives you $10 million or $50,000, you're like, I made it. I've arrived, right? And that that has been the biggest the biggest challenge and the biggest risk. But as an ecosystem, both locally and on the continent, I think we need to begin to pay attention to this, and the companies that we build and the people that we support and the people that we work with and the ecosystems that we're building, to make sure that we are grounded on on great, good value systems and character. I get cases from investors that have not been paid, or people who misuse the funds, and or handshake deals, entrepreneurs, co-founders, and all these stories. Yeah, they don't help us. They don't help the ecosystem's growth. But even worse, they don't help the people that that are involved. So I think you just touched something that that's close to my heart, and I think if there's anything that we need to do, we need to fix our value systems, or at least really take great consideration of it.
Wow, James, that was a great discussion opener that you had. Thank you, Alex and Cynthia as well. All right, so then I guess bringing it back to the role of policy and the public sector and its subsequent relationships with the private sector, what would you say, are there any specific public sector policies and regulations here in Rwanda, Alex, or elsewhere that you believe are most instrumental in building resilience that other countries can learn from?
I think Rwanda is supposed to be learning now, because at some point we've been working on the Startup Act, and I'm sure maybe the Honorable Minister talked about it in the morning. Yeah, it's still in the pipeline, and we have several other countries that have already launched. And if there's any single legal instrument that will unlock opportunities for startups, but also for the entire ecosystem, I think that I don't need another policy when it comes to that single one. If it is passed, that will be helpful. For now, we can only learn from our colleagues. I see a gentleman. I'll not mention who's a regulator. So, for example, on digital assets and crypto and others. So these are some of the areas that we're supposed to be learning from other countries, because either they've gone ahead of us. Tunisia, I think was one of the first ones on the Startup Act. Nigeria is already on, Ghana. So we have more lessons to learn, trust me, than to give.
All right, thank you so much. All right, if we can move back to an earlier point that you were making, James, that I thought might also be relevant for you, Cynthia. James, you mentioned the significance of soft skills, and you being a designer, you're sort of sitting at the intersection of tech and design and communication. And there's often a lot of emphasis on data science and engineering, and of course rightly so in the fourth industrial revolution. But where do you see these other skills coming in?
Well, I think when we talk about soft skills, I think one disclaimer I usually like to make is it's not the holy grail of your professional career, but it can significantly boost your professional career. I often see a lot of professionals in tech who are extremely good at the technical hard skills, but often lack significantly when it comes to soft skills. And I think, first of all, skills like communication. Just imagine in this room, we don't understand each other, we cannot communicate well, we can never achieve anything. And so if this is a skill that you as a professional in tech, in any profession, right, you lack, this is going to definitely destroy how you collaborate with others, right? So communication is extremely important when it comes to collaborating with other people, whoever you do business with. Another thing I like to talk about the significance of soft skills has to do with the cross-cultural most of those funds actually go into the operations and then the problems they are solving, right? And so I think it's a significant thing to really consider how we basically allow some of these personal traits or soft skills to affect how we operate in building startups, and these things can go a significantly long way to affect the growth of companies. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to say to investors that are in the room that we are not a social enterprise, but maybe one thing you can say about that is you're not going to see a profit right away. Because it's deeply rooted in the impact and what you're going to see, the value the end users is getting from what you're bringing on the table. But in the soft skills that you mentioned, I think I would talk about myself. One thing I had to learn real quick was to be able to communicate effectively, not just so people can hear what I'm saying in a way that I want them to hear it. Being able to be in front of people, I used to have fear, tremendous fear, to sit in front of people, in front of cameras, to talk about what I'm working on. But all these things come with if you really believe in the bigger vision that you have, because you're going to be willing to learn and be uncomfortable. So the value, like you said, if you have that deep value that you see in the vision, the impact that you want to create, it's going to put you in a place where you're not looking at direct profit, but the bigger vision is going to help you align and learn those soft skills, communication, teamwork, leadership, among a lot that I'm not mentioning, but also networking also, and surrounding yourself with people that have made it that far to guide you through certain processes that you can't do yourself, because eventually it's not a one-man. When you're building an impactful company or startup, you're going to need a lot of people to support you along the way. So I really think us having those values and learning how to be uncomfortable in what we don't know, learning other cultures, how do they do it, copying what works.
Yeah, thank you. That's really
especially copying what works, but adjusting and editing, copy, paste, edit, edit, then save. I want to spread my gospel in this line on. We call them soft skills, and so I personally think that sometimes people think, they're soft, I can get it anytime. Yeah, but they're not soft skills. In my view, they are life skills. So not all of us are going to be entrepreneurs, but we'll need a job. We'll need to present ourselves. We'll need to sell ourselves. We will need to do quite a lot of these things that life requires us. So the gospel being that let's shift from soft skills to life skills, because these are life skills. As a young professional, as someone who's getting into employment or into entrepreneurship, you need them for survival.
Thank you. That's a really good point.
My gospel.
It's a great All right. Cynthia, I want to continue with you and ask a question about the context of working within climate change. Of course, that adds a whole nother dimension to the word resilience, and especially in agriculture. So if you could just maybe say some words about how Lupa works, taking into account possible setbacks, challenges that may arise, just in general.
I think maybe we should also add resilience next to Lupa, because I would not tell you how many no's we've heard before. But eventually, within the startup ecosystem, I'm sure when you start something anywhere, you have to be resilient. I would say Lupa is humbly lucky to work with CEPTA. I think they know a lot because they know where we started from when we did our founders agreement to where we are right now. We are also lucky to be going to be in the startup blueprint program. So I'm not going to be worried about the next contract, I would say. Because my worry most of the time as a startup is there's so many unknowns. Sometimes you are signing or you're getting into partnership and then you're like, what if this is what's going to end the vision? But when you have a backup of someone that can actually legally tell you this is what you're getting yourself into, the ins and outs of what you're about to sign. So you basically have someone to look up your shoulder. So I would say it feels good to be in partnership with CEPTA. And I'm looking forward to where this is going to take us, since we are looking at a lot of investors to work with.
He really looked at you. Gonna get their money.
She's going to make it to more money, billions, not the other one that you told us, because the climate is it climate change has, I think to date maybe in the tens of billions of dollars, the market size. So there may be hope. So for lawyers, for us, how we've been, and when we started when we started Kela back in the day, and then moving on, we brought in 250 Startups incubator. And one of the things we quickly realized is that most of these engagements are legal engagements, whether it's founders, co-founders coming together, they need help. So we put together programs around bringing legal expertise into the incubator, working with a law firm that was mentoring young lawyers, because again, tech sector cannot just be on an island, and you also need lawyers who understand technology. Today we're talking about, I mean, it's very easy to say law and tech, but back in the day, a few years ago, this, I mean, you guys live in your own world, and the other group also lives in its own world. And I'm sure that we don't have very old lawyers here, but if you, yeah. So some of these partners, okay, the partners, yeah. I mean, they're not tech savvy, okay. They need help with some basic things, and so when you even start telling them, oh, you have this startup that needs help, that is building something, has no assets, just has lines of code, so it's hard to really understand. But luckily, we can copy some places where they've done these things, and we could see that actually the products we call products are not products until they're dressed up in legal, in all these legalese and legal jargon, and we can sign contracts with a customer and they can pay you because you have something, binding agreement. You can sign an agreement with an investor, and you can go sleep at night knowing that the money will arrive in the bank. So my encouragement to the legal profession is really understand our world. We won't try to understand a lot of your world, because it takes too many years, yeah. But if you can understand our world, I think all of us together will be able to build very resilient businesses. And if I add to that also, is it's not just about being sued or not getting in trouble. because sometimes we look at law from a litigation assignments to help the startups go review the regulations, go review laws. Sometimes they would come back with better proposals for the products that the startups were building, because they could see, the law says this, and there's these extra features that you would add into your products because you need there's a compliance requirement, or there is a whatever. So there is opportunity, and I think the cake is bigger if we bring multidisciplines to this effort of building an ecosystem.
I often encourage my friends who are in law school to be friends with founders, because my first two startups, I positioned myself as a lawyer. I thought I knew, and so all the contracts, everything, I drafted them like templates and stuff, and they are no more actually. So the thing is, like, when a founder is thinking about building a company, from the idea to registering the company, all of those things require legal assistance, right? And these guys need it. But then they feel like, okay, hiring a lawyer is just too much. It's probably going to be expensive and stuff like that. Honestly, it's not. It's so simple to work with lawyers. And so I think the encouragement I would probably give to lawyers is, a lot of founders don't know this, right? So it starts from you providing that education and knowledge, exposure, exposing yourself to these guys, right? Because if I knew that, I could probably work with a lawyer from the onset, right? It probably just takes a few percentages of company equity or something, right? And I build a resilient startup, it would work for me. Right, so they don't know that they need to have some legal counsel to help them understand the intricacies of policies and all of those stuff, right? So please, make yourself available to these guys. You'll probably be the first employee of a unicorn company without necessarily working with a law firm, right? So that's all I can say. So thanks.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of our time. That is 45 minutes. But yeah, I guess just to reiterate a point that was already made on the previous panel, essentially you're saying talk to one another and make those connections. And since we are a diverse group of attendees as well, also see what we can learn from one another. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you as well.
How well do we stomach the no? For our panelists, if you could kindly step outside for a group picture. Arnold will orient you where to head. As we head into our next session, I have a couple of points to make. One, I'd like to make a special shout out to our co-hosts, ICT Chamber, Hackapath, and CERTA Foundation, our strategic partners and knowledge partners, Randair, CERTA Law, ALP, our Nigerian law firm, Tech Cabal, Mpundu Technologies, Ghana, The New Times, Tech Hive, Minfili, and Garnet Partners. To tell you a little bit more about the breakout sessions we're about to have, we have one session that is taking place in the Moon Room. This will be a session on applying Sandbox as a regulatory model. We will have representatives from the National Bank of Rwanda, as well as the Global Sandbox Forum. It's a conversation especially for tech people in the room. You will love this session. You will be oriented to where the Moon Room is. And then we're also going to have another session in this room that will tackle the role of technology in advancing sexual reproductive health rights. This session will have experts, a startup in the space, as well as a powerhouse media company here. So pick a choice and grab a coffee on your way to either the Moon Room or if you're staying here for the SRHR session.
So, Isaiah, you direct them.
For those of you who'd like to do this, go for the sandbox session. Isaiah. If you're staying in this room, could we kindly use the seats up front?
You guys doing this is the gender one? Gender technology. You want to go to the moon room? You want to go to the moon room? Okay, this is follow this. So you guys can move a bit forward, go to the back.
We are trying. Very hard. There's actually no part. I actually don't see the point in the profession. Unless you're foreign on them. Yeah. We should follow out, yeah.
For those of you who are staying in here, kindly occupy the seats at the front. Kindly. I promise, there's drinks after this, so please occupy the seats up front.
They're like 3 things the whole movie. Yes. For 1026. They look like
Thank you so much. In respect of time, I'd like to call in Edia, the Chief of Staff at FICSA Rwanda, to take on this session.
Me? Okay. I think everybody was just, admiring my beauty, so they forgot to clap. So it's understandable, it's understandable. Good afternoon. I think the energy in the room is very low. That doesn't help at all. Good afternoon. Nice. Okay. So obviously before I sit down, editor at the News Times, Rwanda. Hello. The energy in the room is still very low. Thank you. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Nice. We have, 4 beautiful, smart, amazing women in front of us, and it's just going to be very, very helpful if we're very, anxious, but at the same time very receptive of the information that we're about to learn, the experiences and everything that we're going to gain from this. So more positive energy. Can we try that? Knock, knock. Nice. We have that in the room. Okay. To kickstart the session, we obviously want to introduce ourselves. I'm going to give room for everybody to start, and then I'm going to go last, starting from Florida. Please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and the purpose or mission of your organization.
Oh, okay. So my name is Florida Kawasinga. I'm a lawyer. I started CELTA Law Chambers and obviously CELTA Foundation. I think all of you are familiar with the foundation. I was a prosecutor with the International Criminal Tribunal for about 10 years. I've done a lot of cases in extradition and tracking genocide fugitives. And obviously now I work in ADR at the law firm. And also I'm the executive director of CELTA Foundation, which you're all familiar with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lydia, please.
Good afternoon. I am Lydia Taima Munganyuva. I am a lawyer. I work at CELTA Foundation as the director of the Center for Justice and Advocacy. At the Center for Justice and Advocacy, we do a lot of work in the promotion, prevention, and defense for women and children's rights in the country. Of course, I graduated from the University of Rwanda, and then I also worked in Arusha for 7 years at the East Africa Law Society, whereby I was also the liaison officer at East Africa Community, overseeing partner states' activities and initiatives towards regional integration, including promoting the rights of women and children, gender equality, and economic development at the Secretariat of East Africa Community. Yeah, I have a master's in law, and I'm happy to be back in my country to serve my country and see these beautiful people and faces and professionals in this space. And this topic of today really speaks a lot to me, and I'm excited to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Wait, is that?
Hi, everyone. Okay. My name is Rita Wilson Lynn Joyce, but you can call me Wilson, and
I'm a CEO of a startup called Luna, and we're trying to bridge the diagnostic gap for women's healthcare conditions from period into menopause. These are issues such as endometriosis, PCOS, infertility, or the transition into menopause. And we do that by, we have a tele-platform in which women can find the verified professionals and be able to access available solutions and also products. And I'm very excited to be here today. My background is also just in sexual reproductive health, so I'm very excited for the conversation today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Glory Iribagiza and I'm a journalist, and I'm also the gender and innovation editor at the New Times. And what the New Times does is basically tell the Rwandan story. We started in 1995. We're marking 30 years next year, and we're so excited because we have managed to change the narrative of Rwanda from the genocide and to the most successful African country. No offense to the other African countries, but yes. And we have started Gender Desk in 2022 to also be able other local feminist organizations are doing without doing it ourselves. So yeah, that's it basically. Thank you.
Could we please, clap generously, Thank you very much. My name is Twa Edia. I am Chief of Staff at Fixa Rwanda. I'm also a creative, but today I sit with you as your moderator. I'm going to give us 5 seconds. Please ask yourself in your mind, why am I here today, or why did I choose this session? Because it's going to allow you to, make the most out of it. Sometimes people sit in a room and they'll be listening to amazing women speak, but then, their minds are somewhere else. But this is just to bring you back to the room. As they speak, ask yourself, why am I here? Why did I choose to be in the room? Okay? Okay. I really want to start with a question that is open to all of you. And it's asking, to just, as we lean more on technology in all sectors, are you excited or inspired or doubtful and worried about the potential for technology to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights? So we could start wherever you're comfortable. Maybe we start with Glory.
Thank you so much. I would say I'm very much excited, and this does not undermine the worry about the growing online violence against women, especially, and also other cybercrimes. But when we talk about gender-based violence and how far we have come in fighting it, I believe that technology has played a very crucial role, and also while educating people about sexual and reproductive health rights, reproductive health and rights, I feel like so much work has been done in that field thanks to technology. So I'm very excited, especially given the number of young people who are doing so much in this space, innovating applications, and also considering that the mobile phone penetration in Rwanda is almost 90%. So I believe this is something we cannot sideline or say we're mostly worried about. I just feel like the strength it has can be used positively. So I'm excited. Thank you.
I would also add that I'm very excited. Obviously, I'm a big digital space enthusiast, and also the fact that I'm running a tech company, I have to be excited. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But what I could just simply add is, as someone who's been both an advocate and also running a company right now, I think it's more like sexual reproductive health conversations, not just services, is highly stigmatized and a taboo in most of our society. Even as someone who has worked for more than 10 years in sexual reproductive health, I still feel shy a little bit about some of the things that I do. But my company specifically, we are called the Lunatics because of how just bold and loud we are about sex. And but I think tech, I'm very excited tech because you can, provide this anonymity, privacy, and kind of like shield ways in which that people don't feel comfortable to access information that they're looking for, but also in terms of access, right? So technology, there's so many gaps it's able to fill that for so long has been so hard for me as an activist to do, and then with technology we can easily fill those gaps. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As someone who is in this space of fighting gender-based violence, especially sexual gender-based violence, I am I'm so excited. I'm happy about what has been done in as far as combating sexual gender-based violence using technology, but also I'm so worried. I'm worried about the bad effects, and I'm worried about the harm that can be caused by technology in advancing sexual gender-based violence, and but also I'm excited about the work regarding advocacy for regulation. This topic has really caused me to do research, and according to the work we've been doing, fighting gender-based violence, now I understand there is a big gap on what we should do in as far as fighting online sexual gender-based violence. And I'm excited about the work we're going to do regarding
there's a lot. I can tell you I've been practicing law for more than 21 years, but in all that time I have actually done a lot of cases when it comes to rape, when it comes to defilement, and when you speak about women that have been treated as sexual slaves. But when it came to the years before, like around 90, during the genocide and before that, technology wasn't deployed a lot in terms of providing evidence that is basically proof. So in that regard, I think technology is really good. But I'm also worried because when it comes to crimes committed against women, there's a layer that is most important to most people that is not considered. The issue of stigma that is deployed effectively against victims. And that issue worries me when it comes to technology. We are talking about now where, I don't know how it's called in tech, even legally, but videos are being changed and photographs are being edited, deepfakes, there you go. And so if somebody wants to really, really do something against you as a woman, whether, I think the term that is being used is vulnerable women, I don't know how that gets qualified, because in this regard we're all vulnerable. So you might be somebody who has a certain standing in society, and somebody simply decides, you know what, let me do something to them. And that freaks me out. It's because anybody is susceptible to being a victim, no matter who you are, whether you're a prime minister of a country. And somehow, for men, it's not stigmatizing as much as it is for women. So that, in terms of technology, really worries me. But otherwise, in terms of collecting evidence to be used in a court of law, I think women need to educate themselves. A lot of things, when you go to court, it's your word against my word. But if you have videos, if you've been recording audio, if you have been taking photographs, a lot of victims don't think about preserving evidence when the crime happens. And that's the difference between getting justice and not getting justice. So if you get raped, your first point of call should be getting a rape kit taken. But majority women, first thing they're thinking about is to go have a shower or whatever, and that takes away the evidence. And even simply if you have been, if you're facing gender-based violence, people, your husband is beating you or your boyfriend or whatever, take photographs, document this stuff. And with technology, you can do a lot and preserve it because it has timestamps, okay? But people don't think about that. And I think that's where a lot of energy needs to go into, educating women what they need to do to preserve evidence. Talk to somebody, record this person admitting that they did this to you. And that will be the evidence that you'll use in a court of law. I think I went all over the place, but I hope I answered your question.
Oh, no, you did. Thank you very much. I was going to be tempted to ask the room, how many of us feel worried? How many of us feel hopeful? Worried? Okay. Hopeful? Okay. Fair balance? I'm just going to start with you again, Florida. Just given your extensive experience in dispute resolution, how can technology be used to effectively provide timely and accessible justice, particularly for vulnerable women in Rwanda and beyond?
So I think I touched on that already in my opening remarks. When there are things that we need to do in terms of assisting in prosecuting these cases or trying these cases, the first thing we need to do is obviously preserve the evidence, which I've spoken about, which helps prosecutors. Frankly, a lot of prosecutors and legal practitioners do not want to go to court with cases of rape or cases of defilement, because you go to after the fact, and you get a report that says, sorry for being graphic, but the hymen has been I don't know what, and that is not proof of rape. And so you will find that if it's an older person, always the defense is always there was consent. But I had an interesting case once. Somebody got tricked into going somewhere with a guy she didn't know very well, and she got raped. But the first thing she did was to actually go to a doctor. They took a rape kit, and then she called this guy and recorded him. Said, why did you do this, blah, 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 blah. And she said, you know what, he kept saying, I'm sorry, it will not happen again. Please, whatever you want me to give you, but don't report me. She recorded him. And then she got her friends to also call him, and he was saying the same story. And he ended up calling her lawyer, saying, you know what, help me, I'll give you money, blah, blah. He recorded him. Do you understand how technology was deployed so effectively in that way? Because in court we were asking him, so why were you saying you shouldn't be reported if you didn't do it? Because we got to court and he denied everything. But that's the education we need to give to victims, to know what to do. The first thing when it happens, what do you do? Who do you tell? And then, you know, a lot of the prosecutors, when they have the evidence and investigators, they are ready to run with it. Because they keep, if you look at the statistics, these cases get lost so much more than they actually get won, because we don't have the evidence. But we need to educate ourselves. And if you have all the evidence, the prosecutor or the investigator does not have to go looking for this evidence. Then it makes it easier. If they have to pick which case to take to court, the one that has the evidence goes faster. And the other thing that perhaps can assist in making sure that we get timely justice for these cases is something that we are championing at the Center for Justice and Advocacy at Center Foundation. We want to advocate for the setup of GBV chambers that are specialized, because those chambers would be able to know, they would have trained judges and trained prosecutors to handle these cases where vulnerable women will be protected. Because at the moment, you go to courts that are doing civil law cases, criminal law cases, and all of that, and the stigma that I spoke about is not very much given weight because most of the time they actually want you to testify and talk about it in open court, because that's the law, the default law in terms of practice. So when that happens, I think we'll have much faster justice for these cases, and that protect women, especially when it comes to stigma. Thank you.
Not to keep it so long at the mic, I would just want you to follow up with this question as well of the fact that Rwanda has rolled out an extensive e-justice system, and we want to understand what the experience has been like with it and what ethical concerns you have noted so far, and if possible, what challenges you foresee and how we can address that. Yeah.
So the e-justice system has really made it easy for legal practice. I mean, for criminal cases, for example, which are the cases we are speaking about today, when a witness goes to RIB at the one-stop center, at the GBV unit, they actually input all the information, and as they add documents from their investigation, they keep adding them to the system. And once they're comfortable that the case is ready to go to prosecution, they literally press a button with all the evidence and it goes to the prosecutor. And the prosecutor, within the National Public Prosecution Authority, you have a GBV unit as well. So they get those cases, and they also look at the evidence, see if this is a case that has all the evidence. If not, they will go do additional investigations, put more documents, and transmit it to court. And victims are allowed, obviously, to come into the case as civil parties to seek damages. So they can do that on their own if they are, conversant enough with technology to be part of it. And everything that is added in that system, every change that happens, if somebody goes in there, adds something, you always get a message for whoever is a party in that case. So as a victim or as a party to the case,
right? Now we are from the global, we are into Europe. 58% of women parliamentarians in Europe have already been subjected to online attacks. 73% of women journalists globally, they have already experienced online violence in the course of their work. Now, the worst of it all is that the children or youth between the age of 14 and 16 globally, they have already witnessed technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Last night, when I've been thinking about this and researching and reading more about this topic, and yesterday I decided to throw a stone in the bush. So as the Center for Justice and Advocacy at Center Foundation, of course we do a lot of work, and I can see many faces here who are our champions and agents of change. We do a lot of work, research on gender-based violence, combating it, uprooting it, and even advancing the rights of women and children in the country. And we happen to have some groups like university students and high school students. So we have some WhatsApp groups, and I sent their question. I'm like, okay, who among you? Because I knew I was going to be answering this question. So I was like, I need tangible evidence how this is happening. Some real life experiences. So I asked them, who among you has ever experienced technology-facilitated violence in your lives, and how was it? What was the form of it? I was shocked, and I'm still really troubled by the answers I got, because all of them, of course, they never reported directly in the WhatsApp group, but they wrote to me in my inbox. Young men. Let me tell you, we're talking about women and youth, but also young men that are really highly targeted. Someone shared with me how they were called by someone they don't know. This is a university student here in Rwanda, a young man, and he said, Lydia, we came to your office, you taught us about gender-based violence, we are now champions, we are fighting it in the communities, we're even holding sessions and debates in our respective universities and schools, but now we're being targeted because someone just called me and he said, oh wow, actually I like you. You are so handsome. I like your leadership style on campus. And actually I know where you live. Yesterday I saw you moving from Remera to Nyamirambo, and I followed you, so you have to know that actually I know you, I'm watching you, and I'm deeply in love with you. Would you kindly mind being my intimate partner? And he extended an invitation to him for a spa, to go to the spa and massage. Can you imagine? This is a young man. So this guy is like, I was so horrified. I'm still scared for my life. I don't know what to do because I feel like everywhere I go, I'm being watched. So this problem is really bad. It's prevalent, and most young people, including young girls, women, and boys, they have already experienced. Even in the Rwandan society, we are not immune to this problem. So many young people, many young men, many young girls, many women, they're experiencing digital gender-based violence, and in the worst forms of it, or in all forms of it. Most of them have already experienced cyberbullying. They have already experienced hate speech. They have already experienced they call it non-consensual intimate sharing of non-consensual intimate images, and the deep fakes that Freda just mentioned. People just using your photo, and then they portray it as if you are the one who was doing a certain act. But the aim is to humiliate you, to intimidate you, and to defame you, and even to manipulate you. So this evil and heinous crime is happening, and it's happening in the world, in all corners of the world, and it's happening even in Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I think I'm also a bit scared right now. While Florida was talking, she mentioned victim protection being very important and being one of the key goals for the Center for Justice and Advocacy. What are some key ethical considerations for victim protection and the mechanisms that exist or need to be considered when leveraging technology to combat GBV?
data protection is also key. For instance, organizations, companies, even individuals working with people or who have a lot of data, personal data from the people they are offering services. For instance, at Celta Foundation, and more specifically in our center, since we do offer a lot of legal representation to women and people who are victims of gender-based violence, we have a lot of data on our hands, right? So we ought to protect that data. We ought to, and even all other organizations, I'm calling upon everyone, all the companies that have client information, individuals offering different services, government institutions, non-government institutions that have a lot of personal data, you should really aim at having in place strategies and policies on data protection. The Center for Law and Innovation, our sister center, I really like the work they're doing in terms of promoting data protection. And I also would really like to call upon everyone here, or even those who are not here, to make sure that they hire data protection officers and ensure that actually the information you have, the personal data we have, is accessible to authorized personnel, so that we can protect the data of those that we serve. Something else that should be done in as far as victim protection is concerned is informed consent and confidentiality. For instance, all of us in this space, we are conducting research. Companies conduct research. Organizations conduct research. We do a lot of reporting. We ought to really have informed and written consent from the people whose story we're going to share outside there in the media, or whose statistics we're going to share in our different reports. So we need to really put a lot of effort in ensuring informed consent and confidentiality while sharing the information, so that we can combat and stop re-victimization. And there is something called do no harm principle. You can be there thinking you're actually protecting, but also you're doing more harm to the person that you're actually supposed to protect. Then education and training, it's really key and it's needed. For instance, training the law enforcement personnel. Like in this space of gender-based violence, we see the police, they are stakeholders, RIP, they're stakeholders, prosecutors, lawyers, they ought to be trained on how to use digital effectively, and trained on how to screen about these crimes, detect the crimes, prosecute these crimes, and even investigate these crimes. So as we do victim protection, I think capacity building for all the personnel within the ecosystem of victim protection ought to be trained, and the capacity built. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I'm gonna move to Barabose. Could you please walk us through what it was like starting your venture, and possibly like what are some of the challenges that you faced, and highlight to us like some ways you've been able to raise funds for your venture?
First, I want to appreciate the women on the panel for the knowledge shared. I think it's very relevant, and I connect to it on a very deeper level, both as an activist, but also as a woman out there on the internet. So starting Luna, I think there's a long story and the brief story. So the brief story is basically that personally as a woman, I think there's such a huge gap surrounding sexual reproductive health care needs in terms of like education, information, access to facilities. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of policy and advocacy, but for 7 years working in the field, I was actually surprised personally on the huge gap of like women's healthcare needs. And these are because we're within that umbrella of like sexual reproductive healthcare in general, which is often seen like how much information do we have about self there's a journey of a woman in which that it doesn't change the fact that, for example, we're going through menstruation healthcare, right? And for so many of women that I've interacted before we get even to like understanding the whole entire menstrual cycle and how it affects us, there's very few professionals that focus on women's health in all areas, right? I've heard my own personal story, which is the long story of diagnosis, and that's when you go through that process of understanding how equipped or the lack of research, the lack of accountability when it comes to women's healthcare needs, and even often what I've put on myself is that often we're told that these are our bodies, this is what we go through, right? So if you go through severe menstrual cramps, it's expected of you, like you just deal with it and you take a lot of pills. Or if you're struggling with fertility, there's all this shame surrounding about go to Tabzara, ABCD, but there's not much effort put in providing solutions. So I guess the story of the business was, we conducted, me and my co-founder, several focus groups and targeting different women in life stages, and ask them how do they interact with the healthcare system, how do they interact with information, how do they get information, and ABCD, and that community has been the core part of building Luna, understanding them, building community, testing it with them. What do you think? How do you feel about this platform? And it's been about 19 months since we started, and we have shifted in so many forms. I think for those who know Luna when it started, we probably have like several ideas. But the journey of funding, one is something that probably people have heard. Being a female founder, being a tech company that is focusing on a very young ecosystem, young, unsolved, unaddressed problem. Most of the things that we hear in terms of funding is that people think that our solution is more like a social impact, which is what I think people always throw at you to be able, like, it's least important or it doesn't deserve money or funding, like go more into donation phase, which I think it's completely ridiculous. So the journey has been really quite hard. But second is also that really just consistently negotiating what kind of money should come and where it should go. So our target when we started was to be able to raise $250,000 in pre-seed funding to be able to build the platform, have the right team, but also expand and reach different women in different ways. But we're not even like 10, is it 10%? But we have raised $30,000, which means we're basically like drugging things. There's a lot of passion involved in doing that. So there's a huge challenge in terms of that. But what I'm most greatly happy about is that we have a startup ecosystem, these facilities such as Noscan, and so many things are coming our way. I mean, we are only what I believe the second femtech startup starting from Rwanda, but the femtech industry is growing in general. So the journey hasn't been easy, but it's happening. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please, could we, given the past months you've been working 19 months already, you mentioned, and the work you've been doing to constantly engage with the different people in your community, what would you say is the role of technology to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights?
Technology is really at the key of what we're trying to build. I think I've mentioned this, like when we started, and that's the thing about being a tech founder. You're like, I have this big platform that is AI powered. You can get information whenever you want, and you can consult a doctor in less than 2 minutes instead of like working an hour to see this gynecologist. And we will be able to, like all of this big thing. And that's what we're doing. We're building what I believe one of the best platforms on the continent yet. And tech is really key in helping us, like making it easy, making it accessible, making it affordable to reach more women. I think I talked, for example, to one of the think we've seen, for example, the continuous growing of period tracking apps. So most of the solution we're seeing now is from the data that people are able to understand on how our menstrual cycle works and the symptoms that the women are able to input around the world. So there's been that. But I wanted to add that I think where we are now, at least in my experience working in the East African region, is we need to invest more in how women understand about their sexual reproductive health, more how we can simplify the technologies that we're building to make it more like, I don't know, WhatsApp chatbot or an easy USSD information. I don't know how that would work, me personally. But training, hardcore on training of these professionals. I share it with some of the women I see here. The biggest problem we have in women's healthcare is that it's heavily male-dominated as well. As much as you would think about the women specialist, you would think that the majority of women, but it's majority men. And excuse my French, but I don't think they quite care about women's healthcare issues, even though they're specialized in them. So it becomes really hard, like consistent training, consistent empathization. So there's foundation of training, and I think tech, the way I see how tech will play a part in that, I think our professionals right now, there's so much they can learn to be trained with the people who are, especially women specialists around the world who are doing more research and providing solutions to people. And yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Hi Glory, how you doing? Nice. Finally at you now. Given your role at the New Times, could you please share with us some ethical considerations that you take into consideration when sharing stories about vulnerable women or sexual gender-based violence, and how do you ensure that the solutions that are sent out prioritize safety, privacy, and the rights of these women?
Thank you so much. So just like you said, first of all, we prioritize safety and privacy, and obviously something that will not put the survivor or victim at risk. So it has to be in the best interest of the survivor. So it's a sad story, but so what, right? Because you could hear that maybe a woman was raped by their lecturer. It's not the first case, obviously, but why are we telling this story? Is it just to raise awareness? Is it just for the people to understand and be sad? We're so much interested in human interest stories that make the reader cry because we want the numbers and everything. But when it comes to sexual and gender-based violence, it's not about us. It obviously has to be about the victim or survivor, and so it has to be beyond human interest. It's either to advocate for policy change or to advocate for support, because we've had cases of women who have faced gender-based violence, but nothing has been done, or their cases have been in court for years and years. So it obviously has to be sending a message. And another thing is to avoid judgmental language. We've had a reporter file a story once that said that a primary school teacher was, and I quote, sodomizing young kids. So why would you use that? Right? Because, some people love to be sodomized. So we're talking about young kids here. And it's defilement, it's proper defilement. And there are some media houses or journalists who want to find alternative words for the actual terms. It's rape or defilement. It's not imibonano mpuzabitsina batumvikanyeho, things like that. Why are you passing on the sidelines? It's rape or defilement or things like that. So we obviously have to use proper terminologies, and also on the judgmental language, we also don't have to define how the person was dressed when they were raped, because some people will be like, when they say ajagahe, and we've had these cases on Twitter. Although I said I'm really excited about technology, it does not mean that and then his friends, the guy's friends, created a WhatsApp group, and they were saying, oh, she was drinking alcohol like a crazy woman. Did she think she was drinking water? Or like they were trying to basically justify what was happening. So we have to make sure that we're not part of the problem, part of further problems that this person is going to face. And also, we leave out details that could put the survivor or victim at risk. So, for example, it could be their photo, or it could be their name, it could be where they live or where their family lives, things like that. And we also understand that some questions cannot be answered, or people may not want to have interviews because someone may have faced a problem, but they don't necessarily want to share it out in the media. And we have seen several media houses even going further to know the name of the victim. So maybe someone was arrested for rape, but the name has not been disclosed. But people want to dig deeper so that they can tell us who is actually the victim that this person has raped or defiled, things like that. So we make sure that we do not do this. And also we have to note that there's the Rwanda Media Commission journalism ethics book, so we also abide by that. Yeah, thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I'm just going to quickly do a follow-up with you when you said that you were talking about the fact that a lot of times people want to hear stories to cry and put some human aspect to it. Why do you think that when it comes to sexual gender-based violence, stories have to be told the right way, and what's the importance of telling those stories in the right way and through the right language?
Thank you. So it's just to not, first of all, grow the rape culture, because I believe allow me to use this example. During the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, or even before, there have been reports that showed that the way women were portrayed by the media basically led to the systematic rape of women in the open, or the words that they were being told. So a person who was raped in Kigali, the words that they were told were almost similar to the person who lived miles and miles away from Kigali because of the media. And I think this calls for attention, especially in a country like Rwanda. We can learn from these examples. So if the media is not saying the right things or doing the right thing, because people believe journalists, you could go on a radio today and lie about statistics or about a story, about anything, and people will just believe you. So the hope that the people have in the media obviously puts the responsibility, it's an obligation to the media to make sure that we are not perpetrating or instilling or emphasizing stereotypes in the culture generally and in the audience. So if you tell the story in your own interest because you want people to listen to you or read your stories, I think when it comes to rape, you're just making it worse. So if you're not informing, if you're not educating, if you're not entertaining, so I don't think you're actually even doing journalism, because those are the principles. And there's also another principle in journalism of humanity. So if you're not doing it out of humanity, then you're just, I don't know, gossiping, or just, yeah, like you shouldn't be a journalist, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glory. Given your experience still, are there any examples of deep fakes or fake news in your work, and how have you been able to approach that?
Thank you. So we haven't really had, I don't think we've had, at the time I've been there, we've never had any deepfakes, but maybe fake news. But we are so lucky that we have partners, many partners in different sectors. So before we report about anything, we obviously have to call and ask, so can you confirm that this has happened? Can you confirm that this has happened? But maybe what we've experienced is telling a story that the person doesn't want to be told, maybe. But on the issue of fake news, we obviously have to fact check, and it's just like a phone call. It takes a phone call or an email or a friend of a friend who will connect you to a friend. Yeah, so that's what we do.
these women, because so far they've been able to share with us some valuable knowledge. Farida, I'm back to you again. Usually you're reading this. Do you see a time when emerging technologies may give rise to constitutional challenges? And how does legal fraternity build up capacity to keep up with the emerging areas of law?
Thank you. Before I answer that, I took Lydia's phone when the journalist was speaking, and I thought about something. It's not by accident that you had widespread rape during the genocide. Many of you are quite young and you probably don't know this, but there was something published called the Hutu 10 Commandments. The first 3 were dedicated to Tutsi women, and I'll read them to you. The first one: every Hutu should know that a Tutsi woman, whoever she is, works for the interest of her Tutsi ethnic group. As a result, we shall consider a traitor any Hutu who marries a Tutsi woman, employs a Tutsi woman as concubine, employs a Tutsi woman as a secretary, or takes her under protection. Second one: every Hutu should know that our Hutu daughters are more suitable and conscientious in their role as women, wife, and mother of the family. Are they not beautiful, good secretaries and more honest? 3, Hutu women, be vigilant and try to bring your husbands, brothers, and sons back to reason. And I just remembered a case at the ICTR where a mother who was a minister, I don't remember of what, but she's the only woman who was tried and convicted and is sentenced at the ICTR in Nyamasuhuko. Yeah. So her son, Anselm, who is in jail with her, she actually used to take Tutsi girls for him to rape. So when rhetoric keeps going out there about women, which technology also, can be employed to bring the same kind of results, I think it becomes a bit more dangerous than usual. Now back to your question. So it is true that technology is going to create issues where we have to go to court for PIL and all of these constitutional challenges. Because there are risks apparent and inherent in a lack of transparency, in automated decision making that affects, of course, individual rights and freedoms. So in the future, or even right now, we should be going to court to challenge these things, especially because there are private actors and public actors that are sweeping up data that have all these things. A lot of times when things are put out there on the internet, everybody has access and they can use it to whatever means they want. So in future, obviously, we are going to have problems that go to affecting the Constitution, and we might have to go to court to challenge them. And CELTA Law Chambers obviously has done a lot in this space and will continue to watch this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farida. Berbos, I'm going to come quickly to you as well. What strategies can be employed to promote inclusive tech investment that supports the participation of women, youth, and marginalized communities in digital economy? Okay, let me go slower. What strategies can be employed to promote inclusive tech investment that supports the participation of women, youth, and marginalized communities in the digital economy?
From my point of view, I think that's easy. I think involve us from the beginning, and this is throughout both policies and designing products and implementing some of those things. I think it's only for those who follow women's health, sector. There's been a conversation about how only 2 years ago that the first pad was actually tested on blood, right? And I think it's not lied to anyone that actually women menstruate blood, not blue ink, And I think this is how all this program, you find like someone designed a platform to protect women and for women to use, and they're not involved. I think we all just want to sometimes jump on the ship to be like, oh, we're all women inclusive, we're all women represented, without actually involving those particular women. I think when we have a conversation of like, who's the vulnerable woman, and if I think that's also very to define what kind of one customer that we're solving this problem with. I'm sure if it was like a woman living in a village in a remote area who doesn't have access to smartphone, it would be quite wrong for me to be, or quite hypocritical as well, to be like, I'm designing Luna for now for that particular woman when I know that she doesn't have access to this. So I think building inclusive investment is really imagining what it requires. And this is a conversation I have with most of the investors, right? They're like, oh, when are you going to the remote areas? You know, and I'm like, when you give me the money to develop enough technology that this person can use, and then I can reach these areas. But if you're giving me $10,000 to be able to provide this particular solution in which, you know, each device is probably 300, like, you know, come on, right? So I think we need to inclusive. I'm trying to like is it the mantle or like the development big terms. I think inclusive investment, inclusion is always like big things. I think we need to break it into down. What does leaving no one behind? Who has least access to this, and what kind of facilities do you need that? And really fixing that. Because inclusive investment, without most of the people having access to internet, having access to smartphones, having means consistently to afford internet. So let's just not fill numbers with like blurry things. I think inclusive investment being intentional about what people need in order to access solutions.
Thank you very much. Speaking of inclusivity, Laura, could you share with us some of the steps that the New Times has taken to promote inclusive participation of women within staff and the communities that are being served?
Thank you again. So like I said, we cannot give what we do not have. So for the New Times to accelerate gender equality or participate in the gender equality movement, we need to be gender equal ourselves. So we initially just had a sexual harassment policy, right? Because of the Me Too campaign, and the media was just, I don't know, it was unbelievable what was going on there. And sometimes the New Times was implicated in either people coming out on Twitter or in other places. So we obviously had to do something. So we started with a sexual harassment policy and a partnership with Women in News, which is an organization, a branch to WANIFRA, which is the World Association of Publishers, of News Publishers. And then in 2022, October, we set up a gender desk. Now, so many people get confused because they say we had a women magazine. So a desk is basically very much different from the women's magazine, which told stories of women, inspiration, and other things. So the gender desk main task was to make sure that we are gender sensitive in our reporting. And this means, first of all, being inclusive, quoting women, because so many researchers show that it's not even 30% of women globally who are quoted as experts. And when you come to Rwanda, is it because we do not have experts? We actually do have experts. Now, when it doesn't even have to do with experts, you will just go to the field and talk to only men. And there are women there. And these are like results of unconscious biases, which are not all the time bad, but which if you're not deliberate about it, you're not going to change. So there's quoting women as experts or as main characters. If you're talking about mining and you're talking about umuturage witeje imbere, most of the times it's just going to be a man. And they're not the only ones working in mining when you're talking about business. Or in our photos, when you talk about the army, someone just pulls out a group of young soldiers who are all men when we have women, or things like that. So the gender desk's main role was to basically fight that, to exclude any form of discrimination or just be gender parity in the news. And then we did our first in-house survey about how our reporters felt about quoting women. So the majority of them said they saw the need to quote women, but they either didn't have any contacts of the women who are experts or just So just give them the women, right? With their phone numbers and emails. So now there's no excuse. So until July last year, we had more than 700 contacts of only women experts in all the fields. So is it medicine, architecture, law, politics? Actually, after that is when we had a woman, the first woman to ever comment on the security, on the regional security article that we were doing, like in all the media. This was the first woman. And she's a politician, she's very famous, she's been doing politics for more than 30 years. And this was the first time that she was quoted talking about regional security. So another thing that we did, we have an AI tool that helps us track the content. So the benchmarks are what I said. It's women as experts, sources, and women as characters, women who are authors, and just the mention of women. And this AI tool has helped us see how really gender biased we are. Like the first report, we had a 28% gap. And we just have to make it to 50%. Just have half men, half women. So we had a 28% gap. But since we had the source book, in 3 months we had been able to bridge the gap to 3%. But then again, we dropped again. These things are not just automatic, but we are trying to make sure that, first of all, the source book is used, and whether you don't have to quote experts, at least just quote women. It's really not hard. Like 52% of Rwandans are women. So why is it hard to see women in the media as writers or as just commenters? When ugiye nk'ahantu habaye umwuzure, and there are women there who are even carrying babies or just taking care of their families, but still it's just going to be the men because why? They are the heads of the households and things like that. Another thing that we have managed to do since 2022, we have started doing campaigns. So the 16 days of activism, or March, in March we mark the whole month as the Women's Month, and we have been able to partner with different organizations such as the UN Women, UNICEF, or local feminist organizations such as Spectra, and we have been able to tell the stories of these women. But now the question remains, after we tell the stories, so what, right? Because so many stories of women have been told. So we're also trying to be part of the movement and maybe have discussions on policies and other things that we think can be really impactful, and not just tell the story, because sometimes no one even really reads the story except your friends or the friends of the person you've interviewed. Another thing we have done is be part of the Gender Equality SEAL program. It's Gender Monitoring Office, UNDP, and PSF, Private Sector Federation. So they have this program to emphasize gender equality in workplaces, and their 3 benchmarks are the fighting of sexual harassment, use of non-sexist language, and also work-life balance. And this is just for us because it's just internal, and it has been an 8-month journey, and we hope to be certified. Maybe the last thing, but not really the last thing, because there are so many things that we can say. We now have a gender policy which determines a hiring process or the benefits, especially parental benefits for parents, because in Rwanda dads get only 7 days when they give birth. And now if you're a media house that is saying that men should be involved in childcare, and your journalist, your male journalist who is writing that story only gets 7 days, it's really ironic, right? So we're also trying to improve that. And we are also working with different partners to write to draft a gender policy, but in content, which we hope to share with other media houses in the country. Because if you say a story or a photo should not make people view women as sexual objects or emphasize stereotypes, then you have to define that. So by now we have just been using common sense, basically, which sometimes cannot be so common. So with this policy in the New Times and other media houses as well, so then we'll have something to measure how far, is this the right thing, is this the right
participation of women, youth, and marginalized communities in the digital economy?
Thank you. As lawyers, we always look at issues from a legal perspective or legal lens. So I'll start by having in place supportive policies and laws. In Rwanda, we have something known as, they call it the National Strategy for Digital Inclusion. It's a strategy, not a law, not a policy. And I think we should advocate for its adoption so that it turns into a law that supports and encourages the participation of women, youth, and vulnerable communities in the digital economy. Secondly, it's about also, again, I'll go back to training, education, and capacity building. Who knew that in Rwanda we have something called the National Transformative Digital Ambassadors? These are present at every cell in Rwanda, the digital ambassadors. They are present at the 1,435 cells that we have in Rwanda. And their role is to bridge the gap, the digital gap, between the rural and urban communities. And nobody who knew in this room that these people exist. Who knew? So honestly, I think we have an amazing country and an amazing leadership, people who think far and who try to bring in innovation and who really give us amazing policies and initiatives. But as people, we ought also to know what's happening. And then from today, from this conference, it's known that we have the digital transformative ambassadors at every cell. Umudugudu. The cell is Umudugudu, right? Yes, at every the cell is Umudugudu, right? Akagari. Imagine, that is the most closest to our household, right? To our households. So we should go and really meet these people. And I think as organizations and individuals, we should really join hands together to build their capacity. We can make use of the existence of these people, and then we build their capacity, we educate them on digital economy, on how to combat all these issues we've just mentioned, sexual gender-based violence, technology-facilitated sexual gender-based violence, and even investing, encouraging women, youth, and vulnerable communities to invest in digital economy and have equal and equitable participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, at the end of the day, there's been so much to learn from our panelists from Florida, really highlighting the different, challenges that exist in ensuring that there's equitable justice for people. On one side, there's an opportunity to empower people through technology, but then also there's breach of privacy. To you, making me really afraid and checking whether or not people are following me around. But then it's also really important in terms of really understanding that there are spaces for people to be able to as well reach out and say if they are afraid or not in terms of violence, but then also Barabose really highlighting the difficulties that exist when it comes to creating spaces and bringing technology into supporting women and ensure that it's really inclusive, and Glory really highlighting the importance of not just telling stories, but then also ensuring that these stories are told in the right way and are communicated in the right way, because in one way or the other they play in either hindering or advancing how we push sexual gender-based violence. It's been a great session. I hope that you all learned as much as I learned, and as I asked at the beginning, why are you in this room, you're also able to answer the question through the session that we just had. It's also been an honor to listen to you and the experiences that you all have been able to share. So thank you so much. It was great being your moderator. I'm going to hand over to Renita, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of you who have been part of this session. If the panelists could kindly use the front door to take a picture. While they walk out, I'll just say it makes me immensely proud to work with such women that advocate for change, both on paper and off the paper. Actually go ahead and make change with little resources and all the resources. So can you